With that, I yield to Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we talk about education, kind of we're looking at it in a vacuum. We're talking about the struggles that low-income kids are having, and that's true. But Mrs. McMahon, you are also aware that in America we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had before. You are aware that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. You are aware, I suspect, that teachers are dealing with kids who are literally homeless, kids who come from dysfunctional families where there is violence. Does it concern you in America that we are living in a society where the people on top are doing phenomenally well, while 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck? And how do you think that impacts our educational system?
Thank you very much, Senator, for that question. First of all, let me say that I believe that teaching is one of the most noble professions that we have in our country, and we have so many good, dedicated teachers to help our students. I do think that we are trapping students often in low-performing schools, and that's why the president has such a strong policy towards school choice.
But you will agree, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you will agree that you can't just look at education. The truth is that middle class, upper middle class public schools in America generally do pretty well. But if you are homeless, if you were a homeless person and you had kids, the odds of your kids doing pretty well are not good. I'm just asking you, what do you think about the massive level of income and wealth inequality, the fact that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty? Is that something you think you might want to pay attention to?
Well, certainly, Senator, I do believe that we want to make sure that every child in our country has the opportunity to have equal access to a quality education. And the Department of Education really is not setting economic policy in the country. Well, we should focus on educating our children, and we should focus on it at the local level.
Let me ask you this. You mentioned correctly that we have many great teachers in America, right?
Yes.
If you as a businesswoman wanted to attract the best and the brightest, would you be starting them off after they leave school, maybe $50,000, $60,000 in debt with salaries of $35,000 or $40,000? Or would you say, we respect, you talked about teaching being the noblest profession. I agree with you. Would you agree with me, support my legislation that says no teacher in America should earn at least $60,000 a year?
Well, certainly the pay to teachers is up to the states where those teachers reside. I do believe we should pay our teachers fairly. They spend so much time with our students, and they should be well compensated for their job.
Paying them fairly, nobody in the world will disagree with you. I mean, the question is, if teaching is a noble profession, if teaching is an important profession, you know, should we be paying them salaries commensurate with the value that of the work that they are doing? So I'm asking you a simple question. Would you recommend to states, as the leader of education in America, that teachers at least make $60,000 a year?
I would certainly recommend to states that teachers be paid what is commensurate with the kinds of jobs that are part of their states. Not all states have the same living costs. Not all states have the same ability to pay teachers. But to attract really good teachers and to keep them, we should definitely pay them commensurate with the job performance that they are undertaking.
Millions of young people, low-income people, are finding it very difficult to afford to go to college, and they're leaving school $50,000, $100,000, $200,000 in debt. Pell Grant program provides assistance to over 7 million low-income young people in this country. Can you guarantee to us, if you are made a Secretary of Education, that no student in America will lose their Pell Grant as the department is dismantled?
Certainly, the defunding is not the goal here. The continuation of Pell Grants, I'd actually even like to see an expansion of Pell Grants. I'd like to see short-term certificates for Pell Grants for students who aren't going on to four-year universities, who could have the opportunity to use Pell Grants for skill-based learning.
Right, so what I'm hearing you say is Pell Grant program will continue under your administration?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Cassidy asked you an important question, and that is, do you agree, and let me just once again get your feelings on this, that if there is a movement to abolish the Department of Education, it has to go through the United States Congress?
Yes, it is set up by the United States Congress, and we work with Congress. It clearly cannot be shut down without it.
Good. Thank you.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. McMahon, good to see you. You and I have spent a lot of time over the years, and I appreciate your willingness to sit before the committee and answer some really important questions. I want to talk to you about an executive order that the Trump administration issued that commands agencies, including the Department of Education, to eliminate grants to organizations and entities that support DEI programs and activities. As you know, this has a lot of schools all across the country scrambling because they have no idea what that means. They don't know because the order doesn't define DEI as to whether they are in compliance or out of compliance and whether they are going to have their federal grants compromised. How does a school know whether it's running a DEI program or not?
Well, certainly, and thank you, Senator, and it is good to see you again outside of the state of Connecticut, where we run into each other. DEI, I think, has been, it's a program that's tough. It was put in place ostensibly for more diversity, for equity and inclusion, and I think what we're seeing is that it's having an opposite effect. We are getting back to more segregating of our schools instead of having more inclusion in our schools. When there are DEI programs that say that Black students need separate graduation ceremonies or Hispanics need separate ceremonies, we are not achieving what we wanted to achieve with inclusion.
Let me give you an example then. So this order applies to Department of Defense schools, and those schools have canceled all programming around Black History Month. So if a school in Connecticut celebrates Martin Luther King Day and has a series of events and programming teaching about Black history, are they in violation of a policy that says schools should stop running DEI programs?
Not in my view. That is clearly not the case. That celebration of Martin Luther King Day and Black History Month should be celebrated throughout all of our schools. I believe that Martin Luther King was one of the strongest proponents of making sure that we look at all of our populations when he said that, he would hope that his children wouldn't be judged by the color of their skin, but the content of their character. And I think that is the fundamental basis that we should celebrate Black History Month.
West Point has closed down all ethnic clubs, so the Society of Black Engineers no longer can meet because they believe that to be in compliance with this order, they cannot have groups structured around ethnic or racial affiliations. Would schools, would public schools be in violation of this order? Would they risk funding if they had clubs that students could belong to based on their racial or ethnic identity?
Well, I certainly today don't want to address, hypothetical situations. I would like, once I'm confirmed, to get in and assess these programs, look at what has been covered.
Is that a pretty easy one? I mean, you're saying that it's a possibility that if a school has a club for Vietnamese American students or Black students where they meet after school, that they could be potentially in jeopardy of receiving federal funding?
Again, I would like to fully know what the order is and what those clubs are doing.
That's pretty chilling. I think schools all around the country are going to hear that. What about educational programming centered around specific ethnic and racial experiences? My son is in a public school. He takes a class called African American History. If you're running an African American history class, could you perhaps be in violation of this court order, of this executive order?
I'm not quite certain, and I'd like to look into it further and get back to you on that.
So there's a possibility, you're saying, that public schools that run African American history classes, right? This is a class that has been taught in public schools for decades, could lose federal funding if they continue to teach African-American history?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I would like to take a look at these programs and fully understand the breadth of the executive order and get back to you on that.
I think you're going to have a lot of educators and a lot of principals and administrators scrambling right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time's expired.
Senator Murkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Ms. McMahon. It was good to meet with you in my office a little bit ago. And I've been starting these hearings with a question I never thought I'd have to ask, and I'll cut to the chase with you because you've said several times that you will uphold the law, so I assume that if the President of the United States gives you a directive that breaks the law, you will instead do what you are legally required to do rather than his instruction.
The President will not ask me to do anything that is against the law.
Well, the last month has told us that it is quite likely he may, but I am going to take you at your word that you will enforce the law because you've said it several times today. 3 weeks ago, the President unilaterally cut all federal grants by issuing an indefinite freeze. That's an unconstitutional and, yes, illegal action that was stopped by federal courts, to my previous point. Subsequent reporting indicates that the President is also planning to eliminate the Department of Education, the department that you're interviewing today to lead. And there's this little bit of, I don't know, the whole hearing right now feels kind of surreal to me. It's almost like we're being subjected to a very elegant gaslighting here, because Senator Hawley just asked you, and you talked about the need to enforce protections for Jewish students on college campuses, but the very department where the enforcement would take place is the Department of Education, and he wants to eliminate it, and you say you will work with him to do that. Similarly, you've talked about the importance of apprenticeships and other kinds of career and technical education, really important. There's bipartisan support for that here. The Republicans are in charge. We have bipartisan bill after bipartisan bill. We could go right forward with it, but there's this discussion as if we haven't made any progress on that, and there's somehow a partisan divide about that. So I'd encourage you to look into that. But I want to talk a little bit about why the Department of Education is so important. It plays a critical role in making sure that students, regardless of their zip code, race, gender, disability, or family circumstance, have access to a quality public education. It was established because Congress recognized that the country has a compelling interest in ensuring that all of our kids become self-sufficient members of our workforce and our civil society. New Hampshire schools rely on federal funding of about $2,000 per student to provide that public education. What would you say to parents in my state who are concerned about the President's attempt to cut all federal funding to New Hampshire and to eliminate the Department of Education? Are you telling parents that their children should lose access to special education services, for example, or lose access to trained teachers or school nurses?
Well, thank you, Senator, very much. Let me just object to one point, and that is that, the residents in the state of New Hampshire should not be concerned that federal funding is going to be removed from their schools. How they get that federal funding may change.
My time is limited. What department do you suggest would then administer that funding?
Which funding?
The special education funding.
Special education, I think it could very well go back to HHS, where it started.
All right, so I just want to be clear, you're going to put special education in the hands of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Now, I want to talk about IDEA a little bit more. I want to turn to a specific issue regarding the President's plan to eliminate the Department of Education. What does the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act promise?
It promises that we're going to take care of these students, that they're going to be provided with assistance that they have in the schoolrooms, the technology that they need, the assistance. And you and I talked a little bit about that with your own child.
IDEA guarantees children with disabilities a free, appropriate education. What is the federal investment promise to states under IDEA? What's it supposed to be?
In terms of dollar amounts?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
The federal government committed back in 1975 when it passed IDEA to pay 40% of the average per pupil expenditure for special education. You know what the federal government actually does?
I think it's around 14 to 18% at this point.
It's about 15%.
But it's an appropriated amount from Congress, though, and so Congress needs to appropriate those dollars to spend.
That's right, but the President of the United States is proposing, and the Republicans in Congress are proposing massive tax cuts for billionaires, and they're trying to pay for it by massive cuts to education and other services. And just so you know, New Hampshire would lose $60 million in IDEA funding if IDEA were eliminated. My time is almost up. I'm just going to say this. The reason the Department of Education came about in about 1975, IDEA was passed in 1975. 1979 was the department. And Mr. Chair, I'll take just a second here. But people need to understand, people like my son, we talked about him. Before IDEA, before the Department of Education existed, state and local schools did not educate these kids. They barred them from the classrooms. These kids were institutionalized and abused. There is a reason that a Department of Education and IDEA exists, and it is because educating kids with disabilities can be really hard. And it takes the national commitment to get it done. And that's why so many people are so concerned about this proposal to eliminate the department, because they think kids will once again be shoved aside, and especially kids with disabilities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Senator Markey.
Thank you. Yesterday, President Trump said he'd like the Department of Education to be closed immediately. He called the department a big con job. Education funding helps us work towards a country where every student can go to their school knowing that they will get the same education as the family that can afford private school. Public school is not a con job. It's equality for every student, regardless of income. It helps guarantee that every student, including the 26 million low-income students, the 10 million rural, 5 million English language learners, 7 million disabled students, and 1 million homeless can go to public school knowing they have the same opportunity as every other student. Trump's crusade to abolish the Department of Education and, quote, root out waste and fraud and corruption for cuts to public schools is an attack on every public school student, parent, teacher, paraprofessional, administrator, and school worker in this country. Waste, fraud, and corruption is code for cuts to public education for all of those students. So I have here the text of a bill I've been working on, the No Cuts to Public Schools Act. This bill would guarantee that federal funding to public schools could not be cut during the length of President Trump's administration. Ms. McMahon, can you commit today to not cutting funding for public schools in this country?
Well, certainly what I'll commit to, sir, is that funding for schools is appropriated by Congress. And that funding should continue. Congress will continue to pass those laws. The Department of Education is not doing that.
So will you support, will you oppose any cuts to public education, yes or no?
Well, the president is not saying that we should cut funding to public education.
Yes, he is.
He is
Yes,
simply
he is.
saying, well, I would disagree with you there.
Elon Musk yesterday announced he would immediately cut $900 million from the Department of Education. And he stood right next to Trump and made that very clear. So the answer I'm looking for, by the way, is a yes. I will fight to make sure that public funding is not cut, because that announcement was just made, the $900 million cut, and we know that's just a down payment to gut the education of every public school student in America. And by the way, to find the billions of dollars that are going to be needed for the tax cuts for billionaires and millionaires in our country, they have to go to the Department of Education, they have to go to clean air and clean water, they have to go to Medicaid, they have to go to the Affordable Care Act, they have to go to all of the programs that they are calling waste, fraud, and corruption, but that's just another way of saying the programs that help the poor and the sick and the elderly, the disabled in our society. That's what we are talking about, because they want all of these programs gutted to find the funding for the tax breaks. So DOGE, as it's rumbling through the Department of Education right now, just stands for Department of Gutting Education. That's what they're doing. They're inside looking at it. $900 billion is the down payment. So, Ms. McMahon, can you commit today to fight so that not $1 from public schools goes towards paying for tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires?
Well, that was certainly a broad view of what is going on right now today with trying to find waste, fraud, and abuse. Those groups that are in the Department of Education, from my understanding, have looked at competitive contracts that are bidding, and let's see where that money's going. How's it being spent? I'm not there. If I may, Senator,
what they're doing,
you've asked me a question. I would really like the opportunity to answer.
What they're doing is, first, they announce the cuts, then they go to find where it is. So it's all backwards, and again, we know what the plot is. And ultimately, the answer I'm looking for is a yes, because if even $1 flows away from an educator or a student towards a billionaire tax break, that will be immoral in our country. Immoral. These kids deserve the funding which they are receiving. And Donald Trump and Elon Musk should be ashamed that they are working harder for billionaires than they are for working families, for these kids who need help. 90% of disabled of students go to public schools. 95% of students with disabilities go to public schools. And Trump and Musk want to take from those students to give to billionaires. That is immoral, it's wrong, it's unjust, and we're going to fight it every single step of the way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Markey. Senator Moody or Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I start my questions, just wanted to put some studies in the record. Recent research studies of private school vouchers in Louisiana, Indiana, Ohio, and Washington, D.C. showed that students who used these vouchers performed worse academically than their public school peers. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record those 4 studies that show private school vouchers have a negative impact on student achievement.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. McMahon, I appreciated the opportunity to meet with you last month, and I believe in giving all the president's nominees a fair shake. That's what the people of Wisconsin expect from me, and I look forward to hearing more about your approach to running the Department of Education if confirmed. Mrs. McMahon, since 1972, Title IX has been a critical tool in ensuring that all students are protected from sex-based discrimination in federally funded education programs. We briefly discussed Title IX in our meeting, but I'd like to ask you a series of yes or no questions to get into a little bit more detail here. So yes or no, do you believe that Title IX should be enforced to protect students from sexual harassment and sexual assault?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that sexual harassment that is severe should be prohibited under Title IX?
I think sexual harassment should be prohibited in any case.
Thank you. Do you believe that sexual harassment that is pervasive should be prohibited by Title IX?
Yes.
Do you believe that harassment that is either severe or pervasive should be prohibited under Title IX?
I don't believe there should be any acceptance of sexual harassment, Senator.
Great. Because I'm glad you actually agree with President Trump's efforts during his first term to narrow what qualifies as sexual harassment under Title IX. His guidance said that sexual harassment had to be severe and pervasive. And I hope that you will take your position and press for that to be the law. But right now, the Title IX is limited to sexual harassment that is severe and pervasive, not severe or pervasive. Yes or no, if an assault occurs between 2 students, but it happens off campus, Do you think the school should have the ability to investigate that matter?
I think the school should investigate that matter, and I believe under the regulations today, and I could be corrected on that, that they are obligated to investigate.
Okay, and do you believe that the school then, after investigation, should have the ability to take actions regarding an incident that occurs off campus?
Yes, I think the school should be required to take those actions and to investigate and to notify the parties that are involved, and that so that both sides of the equation can have due process.
I appreciate your answer. It is not entirely clear at this matter, at this time, that the incidents would not only be investigated, but adjudicated as to the school's adjudication rules. And the problem with that, as I'm sure you're well aware, is that you would have the potential of a victim of sexual assault facing the potential of attending class with their perpetrator. You know, despite how much this administration likes to talk about protecting women and girls, the actions have not matched the rhetoric. And so I think instead of actually protecting women and girls, this administration is not making school a safer place for anyone, while using this topic as a way to fearmonger and demonize others. Mrs. McMahon, you have been named in a lawsuit which alleges that you and your husband allowed for systemic and pervasive abuse of underage children to persist in your business for years. It is an ongoing lawsuit, and it alleges that you rehired a known sexual predator, and you felt it was sufficient to simply direct him to steer clear of children. If confirmed, you will be responsible with overseeing the Department of Education Office of Civil Rights, charged with ensuring equal access to education through vigorous enforcement of civil rights laws. I am so concerned about whether sexual assault survivors on campus can trust you to support them.
Thank you, Senator. They certainly can trust me to support them. I have a granddaughter that is now in college. I have 2 grandsons who are in college. And I have a deep commitment of understanding of how I would feel if any of them were involved in sexual harassment or accused of sexual harassment. You have my absolute commitment that I will uphold and protect those investigations to make sure that those students are treated fairly on both sides.
Mrs. McMahon, we met shortly after a shooting at... You're a minute over. Oh, I will submit this question for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mrs. McMahon. Elon Musk's DOGE staffers have reportedly set up camp at the Department of Education. They've already been given access to highly sensitive student data and have already started holding back money that Congress decided on a bipartisan basis was needed to help our schools and students. We're also hearing, as you know, about an executive order coming any day that will seek to dismantle the Department of Education. These are bipartisan laws. You indicated that you understood that Congress has passed these laws. But a lot of turmoil is happening. You heard it from my colleague just asking that question now. So I want to ask you, if confirmed, do you commit to getting every dollar we have invested in our students and schools out to them?
Well, the appropriated dollars and those monies that are passed by Congress, yes. I have no issue, however, with the fact, and I believe the American people spoke loudly in the election last November to say that they want to look at waste, fraud, and abuse in our government. So DOGE, there are a couple of implants at the Department of Education, as there are with agencies throughout the district, and they're doing an audit.
Right,
You know,
I understand an
it's-
audit, but when Congress appropriates money, it is the administration's responsibility to put that out as directed by Congress, who has the power of the purse. So what will you do if the president or Elon Musk tells you not to spend money Congress has appropriated to you?
We will certainly expend those dollars that Congress has passed, but I do think it is worthwhile to take a look at the programs before money goes out the door. It's much easier. It is much
I
easier
understand that, but
to
the
stop the money as it's going out the
by
door
law
than
is
it is to claw it back.
Process by law is that you look at that, you make recommendations to Congress, and we implement those laws. So, I mean, the question really is, who decides how much federal funding public schools get in Seattle, where it's already been allocated? The school district or Elon Musk or Congress? And I think Congress has been pretty clear that the purse lies here. We pass our appropriations bills. We expect those programs to come. If you have input, if you have programs you have looked at that you believe are not effective, then it is your job to come to us, explain why, and get the support for that. Let me move on. Ms. Mann, I believe that our nation's students, families, and taxpayers do want true accountability. They do want improvement in our schools. Back in 2015, Congress came together in a bipartisan way to replace the No Child Left Behind Act with the new law, Every Student Succeeds Act. That was a bill I was very proud to negotiate with my Republican counterpart on this committee, passed it into law. It gives states more flexibility in using their federal education funds. It eliminated those one-size-fits-all mandates that everyone hated, and it established some really strong federal guardrails to hold states and schools accountable. I believe that the Department of Education must do more to implement that law. Right now, less than 42% of our schools identified for comprehensive support and improvement, or CSI as we call it, had a plan that met all the requirements of that law. And 1 in 5 schools' plans included practices we know are ineffective. National assessment results, as you well know, released a few weeks ago, show that our lowest performing students continue to fall furthest behind. So I want to ask you, what specific actions will you take to implement the ESSA law? I'm not looking for an exhaustive list, but can you name a couple of the requirements that are in that law that you will make sure are implemented?
Well, Senator, thank you, and I would look forward to working with you in the committee, understanding more about the ESSA laws.
Do you know what the requirements are? Do you know about the requirements for targeted support improvement schools or the annual report card requirement? Can you name any of the requirements?
Yes,
that are in
I have read through ESSA, and I do know, it's very interesting. It's how I really got into education in the first place, was when No Child Left Behind was in place.
But there are no requirements that you can tell me right now that you will make sure, as Secretary of Education, you will implement?
No, I want to study it further and get back to you with that, and I'll be happy to do that.
Well, let me ask one last question. As I mentioned, DOGE staff have been given access in the Department of Education to personal information of students and families, like their Social Security numbers and their driver's license numbers and their date of birth, what college they're enrolled in. I know that the access has been temporarily paused due to litigation, but there is a real potential for that kind of information to be abused, or for students' privacy to be placed in jeopardy if the courts end up ruling against the students. And we know that DOGE could use that highly personal information to then target students and target their families, or cut off access to Pell Grants for students at college that someone perceives opposes maybe President Trump policy. So I want to ask you, do you believe that DOGE employees should have access to private student data?
It is my understanding that DOGE employees have been onboarded as employees of the Department of Education, and therefore they operate under the restraints of utilizing excessive information, and they are constrained by that.
That is not our understanding, and I have to tell you,
That's my
it's
understanding.
deeply concerning that we have DOGE staffers, we don't know who they are, they're not held accountable, getting access to students' private information. I think that should frighten everyone.
Well, again, I'm not there
Thank you,
yet.
Madam Chair.
So I'm not there yet, but it is my understanding that they are onboarded fully
I hope
employees.
if you do get there that you make sure that students' private information is not given to someone who's no idea what they have, or we have no idea how they're using it. Thank you.
Senator also Brooks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just begin my remarks. Hello, thank you so much, Ms. McMahon, for being here today. And I'd like to just begin, follow up with what my colleague said, and address what I regard as very disparaging comments. I'd just like to say first by one of my colleagues regarding the educators who have come here today. And in the same vein as Senator Kim, The educators who are here, my colleague referred to them as these people and said, who would want to be taught by these people, the passionate educators who have come here today, not on behalf of themselves, they're here on behalf of our children. And I want to address how shameful it was to say who would want to be taught by them. They are exactly the kind of people who we want teaching our children. The question I have for you today, I know your parents were civil servants, and so you recognize the importance that they bring to their work, the care and concern that they bring to their work. And I have been very concerned regarding the treatment of many of our civil servants, those especially in the Department of Education. You may know that last night a number of them were laid off with 15 minutes to have their computers turned off, access to it, just treated really horribly. So the question I have for you, because one of my constituents on a town hall I hosted last night with 17,000 Marylanders said that they are working in a culture of fear at the department, and that civil servants at the department don't know who will be fired next, have little guidance, and feel like they can't do their jobs, and they care very much about the work they're doing. So how will you address the culture of fear in an environment where civil servants, both Democrats and Republicans, who are working there, are feeling undervalued and attacked by this administration?
Well, thank you very much for that question, Senator. And it's always difficult to downsize. It's always difficult to restructure and reorganize in any department. I have faced that, in the business world, because you know that you do impact people's lives. But at this particular point, I know that there are people that are being placed on administrative leave, which means they are still receiving full benefits and salary while their jobs are being looked at and how the department is being evaluated overall. I think people should always be treated with respect and with humility. And I would hope that that is what is going on within the Department of Education. I'm not there in person to see that yet, but it was certainly something that I would strive to do in any reorganization that we would take.
Okay, and I'd also like to ask you regarding the president's targeting of legally binding collective bargaining agreements. He has really targeted those, to ask you whether you will commit to abiding by the agreement and upholding civil service employment protections.
I will certainly commit to working with you and to looking into those issues if I am confirmed to be the Secretary of Education.
And also to ask you whether you will commit to ensuring that federal workers with disabilities, many of them are very concerned about whether they will continue to have reasonable accommodations as required by law.
Well, as required by law is the key phrase there, yes.
Okay, well, in the same vein, there are some who are concerned about being forced now to reapply for accommodations. These are people who have had those accommodations given to them, and they're being told now that they must reapply for those accommodations with their supervisors. And so will you commit that the department civil servants with disabilities will have their reasonable accommodations honored without interference or delay?
I'll certainly commit, if I'm there and confirmed, to look into all of those and to get back to you.
Okay. And finally, I'd like to ask you regarding the freezing of funds. If you are confirmed, would you support any directive from the president to freeze funds that have been appropriated by Congress, including funds that students and families rely on to pay for college?
If they've been appropriated by Congress, those funds should be disseminated.
Okay, and so you would block any directive. You would not adhere to any directive, including some of our HBCUs in my state, Bowie, Coppin State, Morgan State. You would not interfere with the freezing of those funds.
I commit to you that I will look into every single one of those programs so that I can get back to you and say, this is what I've found, this is what I've discovered, this is what the action is being taken against it or in favor of it, because I'd want to be very inclusive with you on that regard.
Okay, the final question, I just have 9 seconds here. Title I, I know that you said you support it. If the Department of Education is dismantled, what will you do to protect the students who are disadvantaged and impoverished on Title I funds?
Well, Title I funds are appropriated by Congress. They flow directly to the states today. They go to the State Department of Education, then they're deployed to the districts. So the Department of Education is not really involved in that distribution.
Okay, thank you so much.
Let me ask you about something else that's happened on our campuses in the last 4 years, the wave of anti-Semitism that we've seen, particularly after October 7th with the attacks on Israel. Shameful attacks on Jewish students, Jewish American students, Jewish students from overseas. We have seen the most unbelievable pro-terrorist propaganda. And again, these universities taking federal money, getting federal funds, not protecting Jewish students, permitting encampments, permitting violence in some instances, attacks on students on their campuses. The president has issued an executive order on January the 29th on measures to combat anti-Semitism, and he directed the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights to open Title VI investigations into a number of universities, including Columbia, Berkeley, Northwestern. Will you enforce the law, Title VI to the hilt, and will you make sure that Jewish Americans are safe on our campuses, for heaven's sake, and these crazy students who are committing crimes, breaking windows, smashing into buildings, trapping Jewish students in libraries? Will you make sure that this stops on our college campuses that are getting all of this federal tax money?
Absolutely, or face defunding of their monies.
Very good. And let me ask you about something else. For students who have come to this country on a student visa, and as you know, that's a lot of people on our college campuses. For students who are here on a student visa, who have threatened their fellow students, threatened Jewish students, who have supported terrorist organizations, who have broken our law by trespassing or vandalism or acts of violence against Jewish students, will you see that those students, that their visas are revoked and they are sent home and they're not allowed to stay on our campuses under cover of our laws, committing crimes and threatening our own students? Will you return some common sense to our campuses in this way?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Senator Hickenlooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. McMahon, for your public service and for coming back and going through all this. Again, I thought when you were talking to Senator Blunt-Rochester, your comment that bullying shouldn't happen anywhere is true, is absolutely true. It shouldn't happen in schools. It shouldn't happen in homes. It shouldn't happen in government. And I'm not going to go over, I agree on the things so much you've covered, anti-Semitism and making sure that there's great clarity around that. I want to talk a little bit about history and the teaching of history. I used to talk about topophilia, which means love of place. And I believe it's a basic building block of economic development of people's affection for a place. And that affection comes largely through the teaching of the history of that part of your state or your county, however that gets broken down. But I think teaching every part of our history is important. Colorado, some of the worst parts of our history, Governor Ralph Carr, a Republican governor who's one of the few Western governors who, when we were putting large detention facilities together for Japanese Americans during at the beginning of World War II, he said not only we're not going to support that, but any Japanese Americans who want to come should come to live in Colorado and live freely. We had the Sand Creek Massacre, where Colorado volunteers slaughtered almost 200, mostly women and children. But I think you mentioned in your testimony that the importance of teaching true history. And I understand the emphasis on positive, but I want to make sure that we agree on the teaching of all of it, both positive and negatives, just because as an entrepreneur, you learn more from your mistakes than from what you do right. And I think making sure that we don't gloss over the troubling parts of our history that we're not letting that slip behind us.
Well, clearly, I do agree that we should teach our history, the true history, the good, the bad, and the ugly, because we don't learn unless we recognize our mistakes. I will state that the Department of Education does not establish curriculum, but that is handled at the state level. But clearly, I am in favor of our history being taught exactly as it happened.
Right. Well, I appreciate that. And it's funny that a lot of people don't. So it's good to get that on the record. We talked a little bit about apprenticeships and the importance of apprenticeships. I think the comment you made just that almost 2/3 of our kids, when they graduate from high school, cannot read proficiently is a disgrace that we should all not accept. And as I think as you recognize, it's not that we don't have good teachers. I think we have great teachers in every state. It's a very powerful statistic that in almost every survey, parents think that the school systems are broken except theirs. They think their school is pretty good. And I think that's a reflection of the quality of teachers we have. But this notion that everybody should go to college, I think is prevalent and persistent. You know, you've talked about the importance of alternative career pathways. When you were in the office, we discussed this. You know, one of the major issues we hear on trying to push apprenticeships, not just to trades and not adult apprenticeships at 18, but 16, 17, 18-year-olds while they're in high school going and working a couple days a week in an insurance company, could be a law firm, anywhere, but learning what a job place looks like, coming back to school and learning things that might make them more successful there. One of the problems is that type of an apprenticeship, so many of the academic advisors are just focused on that four-year college track. And that's what the parents are kind of expecting. They may not even realize what apprenticeships are around there. What can you do as Secretary of Education to share with high schools all across America that these other alternative pathways are available?
Well, certainly I've been on the record even when I ran for the Senate in the state of Connecticut. I ran twice and didn't win, but I always talked about how we needed skills in our country that we did not have the trades that we need to have today. But I also talked about how parents, I think, are encouraging their children only to go to college and not necessarily recognizing that there are other avenues that those children could pursue. I clearly was a parent who were pushing both my children to go to college, but I realized today that there are other opportunities for students to succeed and enter into a pathway that they will be successful in their lives. So I think apprenticeships, internships, working the public-private sector to make sure that we have our curriculum that is designed for the needs of the communities and business. I think that's incredibly important. It's one of the things that we've striven to do at Sacred Heart University that I sit on the board of education. What are the needs of the community, and how can that curriculum be structured to satisfy that need? And that's, I think, critically important.
Great, and we're out of time. Of course, I've got millions more questions. Maybe we'll continue that discussion. I appreciate you being open about not wanting to end the Department of Education completely, and not your willingness to look at Pell Grants on a larger scale. Thank you.
Senator Kim's turn.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for coming before us. I guess I just wanted to jump in. I've heard a couple times you mentioned that you believe that Congress would need to be involved if there is an effort to abolish the Department of Education. That's right?
Correct.
Do you know if President Trump shares that sentiment?
I've heard President Trump recently, over the last couple of weeks, in conjunction with his fervor to shut down the bureaucracy of the Department of Education, he has also stated that he will work with Congress to make that happen.
Do you know if Elon Musk, have you had any conversations with him about the Department of Education? Him
I have
or
not.
his team? Why I raise this is that, you know, I just came from another hearing that was talking about foreign assistance, talking about USAID. USAID is another element of our federal government that was codified by Congress, and we see an effort there to dismantle it. Not fully abolish it, but dismantle it basically down to about 600 people. You know, gut everything, put it under the State Department. So I guess I wanted to just ask you, if something like that was proposed by the Trump administration for the Department of Education, does that have to come to Congress?
Certainly there are departments that I believe that are in the Department of Education by statute, and those have to be looked at.
And
Could they be moved?
What elements of the Department of Education are those that are protected by statute?
I believe IDEA is. I think Title I is. And I'd like to discuss that, look into it and discuss it more fully with you.
But for those that are not codified by statute, you're saying those are ones that the executive branch can do as they please?
Well, I think that I would like to look into that more.
Why I kind of mentioned this as well is that, you know, just in the first couple of weeks here, you know, we had a lot of conversation about the surge of anti-Semitism, our strong support, and making sure we're protecting students from that type of harassment, from that type of intimidation. You know, absolutely something we need to stand against in terms of anti-Semitism. But I guess I was alarmed because what we ended up seeing is that multiple attorneys and other staff members of the departments Office of Civil Rights have been placed on administrative leave with no notice, no explanation. And some of them were in the process of investigating cases directly related to anti-Semitic harassment. So I guess I wanted to just ask you, is that something you would support? You know, do you think that that's the right actions that we should be taking at this time that we see such a surge in anti-Semitism?
Well, Senator Kim, I know it's not a great comfort for me to say this morning that I am not yet confirmed and have not yet been in the department. I don't know about all the administrative people that have been put on leave. I want to look into that. I want to understand it. I want to assess the department. I can't do that unless I'm confirmed and I get there, but I would certainly be willing to come back to you with a more specific answer.
But does that concern you at all if, you know, if you were confirmed, would you make that a priority to go and see whether or not this is going to impact our ability to respond to anti-Semitism?
No, I would want to make sure that we have everything that we need to have in place to protect our students on campuses.
One thing that we have been having this debate on here in Congress is about this, and what we've seen is that Republicans have called for a 25% cut in the budget of the Office of Civil Rights. Is that something you would support?
I would want to see exactly what that impact is going to be and understand it.
Look, I guess I'm frustrated because I feel like this is such a clear place where we can just say, yes, we want to make sure we have as much resources as possible to be able to fight anti-Semitism, to make sure that we're addressing these needs of such a surge. When we see a surge in anti-Semitism, of course we would want a surge in resources to focus on that. So I just wanted to raise that because this whole debate that we're having right now, it feels like it's untethered from just the reality on the ground. And I just urge you, if you are confirmed, that we are understanding the human impact of the problems that are here. I have a second grader and a fourth grader. I got two little boys. And I just had their parent-teacher conference. And yes, we talked through the performance of my kids, the data that NAEP and others are used, the Institute for Education Sciences. Now we're seeing $900 million cuts to that coming out from Elon Musk and his team. But I just raised this is the reason why teachers are concerned right now is not about their own salaries and their own careers. When they talk to me, they talk about the kids. They talk about the kids. That's I find that to be so powerful when these teachers, they're saying, look, like, I'm not asking about my own career. I'm asking about the kids. So just as you proceed, just remember that. Parents are very scared right now. Now, yield back.
Thank you, Senator Kim.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And again, as I promised, I came back. The President instructed you to take all necessary steps to facilitate the closure of the Department of Education. Did you check with your counsel or legal advisors as to whether or not you had authority to accomplish that request?
The President's executive order and his direction to me was to take those steps to lawfully shut down the Department of Education and to work with Congress to do that.
I understand what you said, but his quote was, take all necessary steps to facilitate the closure of the Department of Education. It was not, as you suggest, from the reading of his quote and his executive order, inclusive of consistent with the law. But that's your interpretation of what he said? I would like to look at it again and get back to you, but I do believe he said to lawfully close down the Department of Education. At least let me rephrase and say that is clearly his direction to me. We both know and understand that the Department of Education cannot be closed unless Congress votes to do that. So my goal, when I came on board, and he asked me how I thought we could do that, and I said my goal would be to work with Congress so that we could have transparent programs. I would like to, at the end of this program that I'm working on, as we try to bring up our test scores and work with our local states to bring education back to the states, to make sure that states have best practices and the tools to deliver those best practices. And so by sharing them with Congress, I would hope that Congress would look at them and say, you know, eventually, I believe that this is going to be in the best interest of our students. This is not taking away funding.
This is having funding go to the states for, for Title I-A, for IDEA. That is continuing. It may flow through in a different tranche.
Okay, as you know, we have time constraints.
Okay.
I hear you. Having said that, does the budget that is submitted to the Congress of the United States for fiscal year 26 include full funding for those programs that the Congress has authorized and directed be established and carried out?
Well, as you know, Congressman, we are dealing with the skinny budget at this point. Not all of the programs have been put into the full budget of the president, but I can tell you that the Title I-A funding and IDA funding is fully funded under the
Let me ask
last
you
budget.
about
Yes.
that. I have a table that shows me about $4.3 billion were established for those programs and are going to be, those 18 programs to which I think you refer, are going to be put down into a single grant of $2 billion. Can you tell me, now that's a $2.3 billion, that's about a 55–60% reduction. What will not be done, excuse me, is accurate that we've taken 4.3 down to 2.8 or 2 billion? Is that accurate?
Well, let's be clear about one thing, though. The Title I-A funding and IDA funding is in full.
Correct.
So they're not part of the 18 that is being compressed. So the 18 programs that you mentioned
Yes.
are really, they will be compressed into $2 billion, which will operate like a block grant to the states, where I think they can best be utilized by understanding what is needed in the states and the communities.
So when you say we're not, I understand Title I, but almost always when we talk about block granting programs, we make very, very substantial substantive cuts in the availability of resources for the programs that are covered. That is my reading of 18 programs going into, which we are now spending $4.3 billion on, down to $2 billion. It seems to me that is eliminating very substantially, without authority from the Congress, programs that the Congress has enabled and directed be undertaken for the American people.
Well, let's look at it this way, if we could. We are eliminating regulations and red tape that a lot of these different grants had with them, and therefore they're going to require less compliance with regulations in order to fulfill the mission of those grants.
Madam Secretary.
If I could just finish this one thing.
Sure.
One stat that I think was impressive to me was that 47 cents of every dollar that goes in for these kinds of programs is spent on regulatory compliance. We want to get rid of that. Let the money flow to the states, and I think we're going to see more money available in the states with less red tape.
My time has expired, but I came here in '81. President Reagan talked about getting rid of fraud, waste, and abuse. The deficit was increased by 189% under President Reagan. Fraud, waste, and abuse, nobody on this panel, on this side or that side, wants to have fraud, waste, and abuse. We all agree on that. That is not what you're cutting out when you take 55% or 60% reduction in 18 programs. I guarantee you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dean.
Thank you, Chairman Adderholt, Ranking Member DeLauro, for holding this hearing, and I thank you, Secretary McMahon, for being here today. I want to start with the role of the Department of Education. I come at this as a mother, as a grandmother, a former teacher myself, a former state legislator with two grandmothers who were public school teachers. I have a lot of experience with the education system in Pennsylvania as well as the country. First, the history of the federal education involvement, and Ms. Watson-Coleman was getting at some of this that I'd like to build upon. Federal investments in education began to increase dramatically in the 50s and 60s and 70s, in tandem with the rise of the success of the civil rights movement. Americans finally began to recognize the vast inequalities in our education system. Thus, federal funding was used to improve education access for students from poor backgrounds or minority students, for women, for people with disabilities, and other marginalized groups. Finally, Congress established the Department of Education in 1979, replacing the Office of Education. Secretary McMahon, it's alarming that you and the President want to turn that clock back. You take us back to a time before any federal oversight of education, before many of the programs that guarantee free and equal access to education for all Americans. You said as much in your testimony. After all the Department of Education's work to ensure equal access to education, you're embarking on the department's final mission? You intend to put yourself out of a job? That's a little jarring to me. If you were a pediatric oncologist, I'd welcome that. Let's get you out of a job through cures, through healing, through ending of pediatric cancer. But ending a department that is supposed to oversee the education of our very youngest, to guide their future? Have you taken the time to educate yourself about this history? I'd encourage you, go ask students who attended school back then. Black students, brown students, students with disabilities, students from poor families. What was access like for them before the Department of Education? Frankly, eliminating the Department of Education, to me, is rather Orwellian. The President and his administration don't want an educated populace. Why don't we just go back to the book 1984 if it hasn't been banned? It's clear to me, you, this administration wants an uneducated electorate so that Mr. Trump and his courtiers can control thought, therefore control votes, and control the population. I'll note a secondary measure here that is going on. The increase in funding for charter schools. We know that charter schools originally were supposed to be incubators of the best ideas, great practices to be brought back into the public school education system so that every kid had an access to such things. But this administration and you, who want to put yourself out of a job, following the playbook, page 319 of Project 2025, first sentence, shutter the Department of Education. You're all following the book, that book. Too bad that one wasn't banned. And yet, privatizing is really the other ambition, an uneducated electorate and profit and privatization of our education system. Do you promise us that that isn't your ambition?
That clearly is not my ambition. I think I've stated that very well today.
Then why in God's name do you want to shutter it? Why don't you want to protect kids with disabilities? Why don't you want to protect kids who have been every decade denied equal access simply because of how much their parents make, the zip code they live in, the color of their skin? Why are you shuttering a department that's supposed to lift up those children?
Because those programs don't have to flow through the Department of Education, and they
can flow through the state. I was a state legislator. That's called shift and shaft. I've spoken with the governor of Pennsylvania. They can't pick up the tab anymore for education of our students. Not to mention, it would be inequitable by state, by state, by state. Why are you in this job at all? If you don't have a dedication to the future of our children, why are you in this job?
I, too, am a mother and a grandmother, and I want the best for my family going forward.
Vouchers.
For my grandchildren, for my great-grandchildren, and I hope to leave a legacy that we have established best practices for education that all the states can use. That would be a great legacy to be able to leave, to be able to show states these are some of the things that they can do. I think states have to look at their budgets.
Madam Secretary, the legacy you will be leaving is that I shut down the Department of Education. How we educate our children determines not just their future, but our own.
But
I think it's a sad legacy you will leave. I yield back.
The Department of Education is not educating anyone. Well, I can say this, and I will.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. No, I think it's my question time, if I can.
They'll
start the clock. I just don't want to lose my clock.
Oh,
And if we could do short-term answers rather than long-term ones too, that'd be helpful, just because I got a lot I'd like to talk about. Let's talk about waste,
need
fraud, and abuse a
explanation.
little more, about DOGE. So you fired 1,300 people. Another 600 people took Elon Musk's deferred resignation offer. Did you fire the people, or did DOGE fire the people? I'm not completely clear on that.
Most, excuse me, most of that restructuring happened under the acting.
Short-term, did you fire, or did DOGE fire?
Well, I'm going to tell you who I fired.
I know, but that's why I'm trying to get short-term
So
questions.
the
It's
short-term
one or the
is-
other,
well,
right?
You're using our time.
Yeah.
So most of that was done before I came on board. However, the
DOGE.
decisions in the department I run the department. DOGE does not run the
Okay,
department.
so you didn't answer the question. Did you fire them or did DOGE? It's real simple.
A good majority of that happened before I came on board.
Okay, by a good majority, 2/3, 3/4?
But yes, I'd say.
Okay, fair, okay. And how many times did you meet with Elon Musk
I've
about
met
firing?
with Mr. Musk probably 3 to 4 times now,
Okay,
not including when I was on the transition committee and had several opportunities to speak with him.
sure. And then if I understand it right, on your Department of Education employee roster, you have right now at least is about 16 DOGE employees, is that correct right now, working with you?
I can get back to you to the exact number. I don't think it's that high, but we
Okay.
do have, they are employees. Those that we have are employees of the federal
And when
government.
you did their background checks to see how they're qualified about education, how many had undergraduate degrees and how many had graduate degrees in
I
education?
can get back to you on that.
Okay, so you don't know offhand?
No,
Did you ask that question?
no.
No, okay. Did you ask if any of them were teachers previously?
I did not interview those people that are part of the
Okay.
DOGE group.
And did you ask if any of them worked in schools? Did you know if they were
Actually, I had a
asked?
conversation with one of them yesterday who did have a background in education, technology education, and had worked across several different aspects and was really schooling me a little bit on some of the AI things that we could bring in.
So one of them had a good background, good. Any of them work in universities that you know of prior?
I don't know.
Okay. Fair enough. So part of my concern is, I know yesterday there was this big splash, Elon Musk is stepping back. We call that horse hockey where I come from, right? We know it's not real. He's in the back closet. I understand you guys don't want his, front and center, but he's still in the room. And he's still making a lot of these decisions. And that's the real problem that I have is, you've got a bunch of folks that he brought in that you've admitted you didn't hire, you don't know their backgrounds if they have anything in education, yet they're helping you fire half of your employees right now. And I'm really concerned about that. Do you know if any of them have requested or gained access to any sensitive data held by the department, including student loan borrower data?
Well, as government employees now, they have been vetted through the same process than any other government employee would. And so what access would be granted to other government employees, they
Okay,
have.
That's fine. And then, do you know the number of people that you've had to reinstate of those fired?
It's about 74.
About 74. So how did that happen? Because, I've been an employer for 37 years. The dumbest thing I could possibly do is fire someone just to rehire them, right? Because you've given them no job security. It's like beyond stupid, right? Not saying that because you didn't do it. Clearly, it sounds like this is from Elon Musk. But how did that happen, that people got fired and no one thought of you might need them in your department?
Some of that did happen when I returned.
Okay.
Now, I was in the private sector. I have done restructuring in firms, and it's painful to do that.
Yeah. But
And
fire people
wait,
to rehire them?
well, here's the thing.
Like, usually that's not a strategy.
When you are restructuring in a company, you hope that you're just cutting fat. Sometimes you cut a little in the muscle, and you realize it as you're continuing with your programs, and you can bring people back to do that.
Yeah,
So
or
that's
you
what
can
we
plan
did.
ahead and not fire people to rehire them, right? That would be another strategy that I think is more often used. Would you agree?
Well, I'm saying that I have been on both sides of that coin, and I found them both to be effective.
Okay, interesting. We have a different perspective on that, but maybe the world of all-star wrestling is different than my world of business to business. You talked about, I agree with you, about contracts enriching private contractors at public expense. Does Elon Musk have any contracts with the Department of Education?
First of all, I just need
It's a simple question,
well,
please.
not
This
that I
is
know
my
of.
time. I have 38 seconds, please,
Well,
Madam
I don't know
Secretary.
if he does or not.
You don't know if Elon Musk has any contracts in your department, and you've met with him multiple times?
Elon Musk doesn't have contracts in my department.
So Department of Education, there are no contracts with any Elon Musk company. That's what I'm asking.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. You want to check a blue card real quick, or are you pretty sure of that?
I said not to my knowledge.
Okay.
If I find out differently, I'll be happy to get back to you.
All right. And just in the last few seconds I have, just real quick on private schools getting public dollars, just so you know, something like 3/4 of the students that wind up going into those schools already attend those schools, and they're getting tax money. So if we get rid of the Department of Education, should we put the private voucher program under Ways and Means, because it's really more of a tax benefit than an education benefit?
Well, I'm happy to get back to you on that as to how we restructure the Department of Education going forward and how those programs are handled.
Great, appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to my colleague who just asked those questions about important programs that get students ready for college. Good morning, and
Good morning.
thank you for being here. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions that I just need yes or no. Do you believe that there is illegal discrimination against people who are black, brown, and other types of discrimination in jobs and education in this country? Yes or no?
I think it still exists in some areas.
Then can you tell me why the Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education is being decimated?
Well, it isn't being decimated, that's for
What is
sure.
it being?
We have reduced the size of it, however.
Do you
We
think
are
that this-
taking on a backlog of cases that were left over from the Biden administration. and
Then why
working
would
through those.
you reduce the resources if you've got a backlog in addition to having confronted those cases that are going to come before you now?
Because we're working more efficiently in the department.
Okay, thank you. I've got real serious questions regarding your commitment to civil rights, to our students, to our teachers, to our faculty, and places of that nature. Do you believe that migrant students should have access to public education resources?
Well, migrant students do have access.
Do
at
you
this
believe
point.
that they should continue?
In some instances, yes.
Okay. Do you believe that the position of this administration to reduce the resources and the support to migrant students, at the same time they've encouraged and perhaps facilitated the coming to this country of white South Afrikaners?
I'm not sure.
Is an issue of favoritism and prioritization of white over color?
Well, if I am going to have to take a couple of minutes to answer this.
Well,
because
answer
this administration, President Trump has made it very clear that he will not tolerate discrimination, whether it's anti-Semitism, whether it's race-related, at all, on any of our schools.
Okay, I'm asking you. I'm asking you about
Well, I'm going to
your
answer this
opinion,
question if I
because I'm
may.
going to tell you, I know what the president's position is. He's made it quite clear. I'm asking you, as the Secretary of Education, how you perceive this? Yes or no? If this is
I
not
am
an
the Secretary-
illustration of replacement and favoritism, say no. If it is, say yes.
I am the Secretary of Education who has been approved to run this agency by Congress, and I was appointed by the President, and I serve at his pleasure under his mandate. So therefore, the
Thank you.
direction of his administration is what
appreciate
I will follow.
Do you recognize the fact that one of the important reasons that the federal government got into public education was to establish that there would be standards so that children would be treated equally in pursuing education, that states had been found to discriminate against black students in particular in many of the states, and that to send that responsibility and authority back to the states would just enhance those disparities, again, considering the environment in which this president continues to foster about who's important and who's not? Yes or no?
Congresswoman, there are laws on the books in Title VI that totally.
Laws don't mean
therefore-
anything to this administration. I'm asking you do you realize that to send authority back to the states, to eliminate your oversight, to eliminate your accountability, to eliminate your determination as to resources going to schools that are teaching, public schools that are teaching underserved communities, that this will result in the very reason that we had to get the involvement of the federal government in this issue? And that's a yes or a no. Either you believe it or you don't.
It isn't a yes or no, but I will not respond to any question based on the theory that this administration doesn't care anything about the law and operates outside it. So
This
that is a
administration
mischaracterization, and I will
I
respond.
reclaim my time for 5 seconds, because you can say anything you want. Your rhetoric means nothing to me. What means something to me is the actions of this administration, from from the President of the United States conducting himself in a corrupt manner to his family, enriching him and himself corruptly, to determine that this administration can tell you what's right, what's wrong, what's lawful, what's not, that it can arrest judges, it can arrest lawyers, it can use its power to bully people. And I'm telling you, the Department of Education is one of the most important departments in this country, and you should feel shameful to be engaged with an administration that doesn't give a damn.
Ms. Litlow.
I yield back.
Mr. Harder.
Thank you so much. And Secretary McMahon, thank you for being here. I want to talk about early childhood education. I probably think more about early childhood development than some of my colleagues because I'm still living it every day. I have 2 young daughters, Lillian and Karina, ages 3 and 1. Like millions of parents, I know firsthand how critical access to early learning is, not just for kids, but for working families and the future of our communities. Secretary McMahon, do you believe every child deserves access to a high-quality early childhood education?
I believe that every child deserves access to a high-quality, equal access to education.
Great. Then I think we agree. I think every child and every family should be able to enroll their kids in high-quality, safe preschools. As you know, research shows that children who attend preschool are 18% more likely to go to college than those who didn't. We know that early childhood education shapes lifelong outcomes. It impacts literacy, graduation rates, employment, even health and public safety. These are real facts. But I'm concerned about what's happening with Head Start, a program that makes preschool reality for over 800,000 families. I know this technically falls under HHS, but as Secretary of Education, I can imagine you'd care deeply about this topic as you're responsible for the future of every kid in America. Have you discussed Head Start funding with the administration and the budget, and what are your views on what's happening with the current freezes and the challenges with the Head Start program?
I've not had conversations with the Department of HHS, so no, they're not part of my budget considerations at this point.
Do you have a view on whether or not preschool through Head Start is important as a grounds for a student's education?
I think the earlier we can start education, the better it is for every child. I look at mothers who spend time with their children, reading to them when other children may not have that benefit. I think those children definitely have an advantage, and you like to see that. But I don't think that the federal government has the responsibility for that. I think that should be looked at more in state budgets and how states can best set up their programs.
I hear you. I did a lot of reading with my daughters and continue to do so. But did I understand that you do not believe that the federal government should be supporting programs like Head Start, and that should be the job of other organizations and states and parents?
Well, currently it is the responsibility of a different agency, and I'm sure that they are looking at what aspects they are funding as they go through their budget process.
Well, I think this has real implications on the work that you do. This is a cornerstone of American education. And I think that what's happening with Head Start is very concerning. We're seeing these delays, these freezes that ultimately hurt kids. We've seen Head Start schools close across the country because they only have 3 days of funding right now. Every Head Start program in the country has 3 days of funding. And I think that is going to have an implication on our kids' ability to read, write, and do math. And so I would think, as the Secretary of Education, that you should have a perspective on this and a real goal towards committing to the parents of Head Start students in my district across the country to fight to make sure that this program is fully funded. Is that something that you believe in, that this program should be funded, and pushing back on any attempt to cut it?
I'm going to let the department and the agencies that are responsible for those parts of the budget do their job.
I think it has an implication for the Department of Education that is real. Let me tell you what's at stake. In my district, 1,600 kids rely on Head Start. This is the first type of education that any student receives. And I think passing it off on some other department is unacceptable, because we know that Head Start students are 13 percentage points less likely to commit a crime. They're more likely to graduate high school, less likely to experience a teen pregnancy. This is our kids' futures. And our entire communities are lifted up because of this program. So I think saying that this part of the education system isn't your responsibility doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I think you should be terrified at the idea of Head Start being gutted because it's going to have major ramifications on our students' ability to have the future that we want. It's your duty to make sure that programs like this continue. And so I hope that you see that our kids aren't line items, they're not pawns in a political game, they're not disposable, and that we need to make sure that Head Start is continuing to be strong and that cuts like the ones we've seen over the last couple months don't happen if we're going to be able to make sure that every kid has quality education in the United States. I hope you remember that. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Ms. Frankel.
Thank you. Welcome. I'm going to just start by saying I'm going to echo my ranking member here, how deeply troubling it is that the Trump administration is dismantling the Department of Education, an agency that was established by Congress, and you're blatantly disregarding the funding priorities we set in the 2025 budget without our consultation or agreement. I'm going to move on. I speak to you today, not just as a member of Congress, but I'm also a mother and a grandmother, and I share the values of millions of Americans who believe that educating our children is one of our most sacred responsibilities. So I have a few questions. I'm going to help answer them, and then I have a big one for you at the end. So my first question to myself is, why should we have a strong public education system? And the answer to that is because when we educate our children, we invest in their future and ours. A quality public education empowers children with the knowledge, skills, and confidence to pursue their dreams. It opens the doors to better jobs, higher earnings, and more fulfilling lives. It fuels economic growth and strengthens our democracy. Now, let me be clear. I am not opposed to parents using their own money to send their children to private school, but it is a strong public school education system that ensures that every child, no matter their background or zip code, has a fair shot at success. So my next question for me is, should education only be a state issue? And I answer no, because education is not just a state issue. It's a national responsibility, one that requires a shared commitment from local, state, and federal governments and from civil society. Federal support helps close the gaps, enforce civil rights, and ensure all schools have the resources they need. Without it, those gaps will only grow wider. And while the states administer education policy and local control is important, it's the federal oversight that guarantees fairness, accountability, and equal opportunity. From desegregating schools to supporting students with disabilities to protecting children from discrimination based on race and sex, disability, national origin, or shared ancestry. The federal government has played a vital role. And that's why I strongly object to this administration's effort to dilute funding for the Office of Civil Rights, the very agency tasked with enforcing those protections. And my next question, which I will answer, is the claim that public schools are failing our children a false narrative? And that answer is yes. A child's ability to learn is shaped by more than what happens in the classroom. It's shaped by a lot of factors, including access to early education, food security, health care, family engagement. And this administration, with the Republicans, are attacking all of it, slashing food assistance, driving up costs with chaotic tariffs, cutting health care costs for our most vulnerable children and families. Can you believe? Hungry children does not learn. I don't care what school they're in. And did you know, or do I know? Yes, I know. There are hundreds of thousands of children on waiting lists to get into Head Start, a proven program that leads to a child's success in school. And in my home county, Palm Beach, where the president lives, millions in education funding in the 2025 budget are being illegally held, which means our school district's going to be forced to cut tutoring, after-school summer programs, social services, college readiness, teacher trainings, and student aid for college students are going to be gone. So my next question is the Trump administration shifting money out of public schools into unregulated private institutions? That answer is yes. You're cutting billions from public schools and pushing a new scheme, this tax scheme. Here's how it works. Wealthy donors give money to private scholarship groups, and then that money gets right back to them through a special tax break. So in the end, the taxpayers are paying the bill. There's no oversight. There's no accountability. Madam Secretary, 90% of our children attend public schools. So I ask you, is your final mission to get rid of the United States Department of Education cruel and foolish? Oh, yes, I'm going to answer that. Yes, it is cruel and foolish, but I have a question for you. If Congress refuses to go along with your misguided plan to dismantle public education, will you commit to spending the money we appropriate in the 2026 budget as directed by law?
Well, that was a lot to unpack. But
Well,
thank
just
you very
answer that
much.
last question if you could, because you have 2 seconds.
We will abide by the law.
Good answer. Thank you. I yield back.
After that, the year after that, ready to be in place, and we've made great strides in doing that. And so we're back up and running and functioning fully.
Thank you so much. My universities will be ecstatic to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary McMahon, I wanted to hit quickly 2 topics. Mental health cuts. The administration cut $1 billion. Well, actually, let's put it this way. Just stop paying $1 billion allocated for mental health service professional demonstration grant and school-based mental health services grant. Do you recognize that our school children are struggling with mental health? Many of our children are struggling with mental health?
I think mental health is
Do you recognize our students are
it's
struggling?
a critical component around the country.
Our students?
Some students, yes.
Yes. It was made worse during the time of COVID. It is exacerbated by school shootings. I noted that you said you were going to meet with parents and children who had struggled and suffered the trauma of school shootings. I've done that over the years, sadly. I've had the opportunity to meet with Uvalde parents, with Parkland parents, with Sandy Hook parents. Are you meeting with parents and children, students in those places?
I have only in Sandy Hook because that happened in my state of Connecticut.
Yes.
So I have met with some of those parents shortly after, and I can't imagine a more horrible tragedy than that.
How about the students, to see how they're affected?
I've not talked to many of the students, no.
Do you plan to do that?
Sure, I would enjoy doing that.
How soon can you do that? Because you did talk about doing that on CNN recently.
I'm not sure how quickly. But
You're the secretary. You could do whatever you want because, after all, you're cutting all this funding. You've got time.
I've got a lot of responsibilities to do, and we're going to focus on the things that I think are going to ensure that we're providing equal education for all of the students in our country.
That's great, which is just in contrast to actually what you have said and what you said the president cares about. He wants the best educated students, right? He wants to make education great again, right?
Yes.
I don't understand. It seems like a logic fallacy to me. You think the federal Department of Education is not living up to what it ought to be doing, and you cite some statistics for students who are not doing as well as they ought to be. And yet you decide that the answer to that is not to check on these investments and make sure students are achieving. It is shut the whole doggone thing down.
Well,
that doesn't make any sense.
Well, I think the fallacy is the way you're stating it. And what I have looked at and said from the very beginning, we have failed. This system we have in place does not work.
So it is your mission to
has been
shut it
looked
down.
at. It is the mission to shut down the bureaucracy of the Department of Education and return
To
education
shut down the
to
Department of
states.
Education.
To shut down the bureaucracy.
What's the balance right now?
To shut down the bureaucracy
What's the balance
of the
right
Department
now
of Education.
in the funding for education? What's the split, the pie chart? How much is federal? How much is state and local?
Federal is about 8 to 10%.
Correct. The rest is state and local. The burden is already there. And you don't want to come up with the 8% to help our kids succeed, to help their mental health,
excuse
to
me just
help
a
kids
second.
with disabilities.
No, you're wrong. You're
It
misstating.
is a logic fallacy.
No, you are misstating. The funding, it's not taking away all of this funding. I've already said Title I funding, IDEA funding is still going to come into
How about the mental
states.
health funding?
There may be some more of that funding if HHS oversees then.
But the president
mental
has
funding,
unconstitutionally
then,
cut off
therefore,
the
that
grants.
funding may come into those states. So
about-
I think we have to see
how about
how the
students
full
with
budget
disabilities?
happens.
How about
And I
students?
think we have to see what those programs are that are going to best serve every student and not just be put by the wayside.
As I said, you on page 1 of your testimony,
The
you said,
gentlelady's time
the president's
expired.
vision is to education great again. It's a logic fallacy, but I guess we're not going to teach our kids about logic fallacies.
Thank
We
you, and
we haven't yet with the Department of Education in place the way it has been since 1980. I'm on the record of ruling for change.
I now recognize the ranking member for her closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. I appreciate your time and your effort. Let me just repeat. State and local taxes overwhelmingly pay for education in this country. And what we do know is that if you block grant the current federal funding and you get it to the states, there is a cut. There will be programs cut. What we do not know anything about at the moment is what is going to be cut. We have no knowledge, and we're doing this hearing about appropriating dollars on a budget that we know nothing of at the moment. So, given that, but block grants we know are cuts. There is everybody at this dais, people who are here and people who are gone. And more than anything else, the states know that. You talk to any governor, and they will tell you they're going to cut our funding. And I dare to say there are not a lot of states today and a lot of governors who have the resources that they will need in order to be able to continue these programs. Let me also say, Madam Secretary, as I said in my remarks, you have no authority to dismantle the Department of Education. The President has no authority to dismantle the Department of Education. And yes, the Supreme Court has opined on that with Supreme Court Justice Scalia saying there's no inherent authority. And there's plenty of other cases and court determinations that it's not there, so you don't have the authority. You do not have the authority to steal congressionally appropriated dollars. That is in the United States Constitution. I hear people in the administration talking about adhering to the Constitution. Article 1, it's there. So what you are doing now, get to your budget for 2026, what's happened right now is unlawful. It is unlawful. And you have really unlawfully created and recklessly canceled grants for mental health, for the professionals in our schools, for psychologists, counselors, social workers, grants to support effective educator development, teacher quality partnership grants to make sure that more qualified educators are entering classrooms and relieving local teacher shortages, the Institute of Educational Contracts to researchers so we can learn about what works and what doesn't work to improve student literacy, which you care about, reduce chronic absenteeism, ensure college students complete their degrees so that they can get a good job. You have no authority. If children, teachers, principals benefited from a federally appropriated program in the last school year, they should benefit from that program this school year and not be subjected to any unlawful chaos that you seek to impose on them. You said right here, and several times this morning, that you will abide by the law. And I believe that. The law is 2025 budget is under a continuing resolution based on the 2024 budget, which has pages of directives as to what can be, what are the resources for, what the programs are for. As I understand you and your commitment to abide by the law, which means that we are going to reverse these efforts that apply to 2025. And we will hold you accountable to that. I am glad to hear that you will abide by the law. And we all know what the law is. It was passed in the House. It was passed in the Senate, Civics 101, and the president signed it. It's the law of the land. You can't back off it willy-nilly. Let me mention just, I have a copy here of the table, Labor, Health, and Human Services, and Education-related agencies here. And this is, move to the 26 budget. And people need to know this. Impact aid, we have no information about. Comprehensive Literacy Development Grant, eliminated. Innovative approaches to literacy, eliminated. We go to school improvement programs, most of it to be determined. We don't know where it's all going here. Indian education, no info, to be determined. Innovation and improvement. Basically, there's money for the charter schools, but everything else is to be determined. Safe schools and citizenship education, no information. English language acquisition, eliminated. I go back to my father. Couldn't read or write the language. They laughed at him and he left school. We do have kids in our schools who need to have English language and to do it quickly. That's what we talk about here. Special education, rehabilitation service and disability research, no info. Special institutions for persons with disabilities, no info. Career and technical and adult education, training, no info. And we had the Secretary of Labor here just a few days ago, and they have eliminated adult training and youth training in the WIOA programs here. Adult education here, eliminated. We don't know what will happen to Pell grants. That is to be determined. The SEOG program, a Federal Supplemental Education Opportunity Grant, eliminated. A Student Aid Administration, to be determined. This is higher education, eliminated parts of it, or there are or no specifics. International education and foreign language, no specifics. Post-secondary programs for students with intellectual disabilities. You got federal, you got TRIO and Gear Up, eliminated. No specifics. Teacher quality partnership, eliminated. Child care access means parents in school, eliminated. Fund for the improvement of post-secondary education, eliminated. Well, Howard University, no real specifics in that effort. Long and the short of it, this is the table that this committee with appropriations is what we're doing is without any information, we are being asked to provide resources, and resources that have been cut by 15%. The $12 billion, we have no idea where it's coming from. So the 18 programs are getting eliminated, replaced with a block grant that's cutting $4.5 billion, and we have no idea and no detail of what is on the chopping block. That should say something to my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee, because this is our job. The role of Secretary of Education is an enormous responsibility. The American people look to the man or woman who holds this post as someone who performs their responsibilities with deep knowledge of our public schools and colleges. But when you opine about strategies to improve literacy, how to improve academic achievement, or help people get a college degree, I struggle to see why the public should look to you as such an authority. What experiences, what knowledge that you bring into this role that should give them any confidence that what you say or what the administration is saying is credible in terms of the future of their children. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to you and to the Secretary. My apologies for being late. But I want to thank you, Chairman Adderholt, for holding this critically important hearing on the Trump administration's budget request for the Department of Education. Secretary McMahon, good morning. I welcome you to the House Appropriations Committee for your first budget hearing as Secretary of Education. Public education is deeply important to me. When I was a kid, My mother took me to work with her. She worked in the old sweatshops in the city of New Haven, and I know you know Connecticut. And the conditions there were horrific. Dangerously hot, unsanitary, mostly immigrant women bent over sewing machines trying to pump out the dresses as fast as they could because they were on piecework. If you know anything about the needle trades, you get your finger caught in those high-powered machines, you just pull back, you wrap your hand up, because if you get a drop of blood on the garment, you don't get paid for it. And recognized her madness, the method to her madness, when she asked me to be there every day after school. And what she said to me is, get an education so that you don't have to do this. My dad came as an immigrant from Italy in 1913, was put in the 7th grade. He couldn't read or write the language. They laughed at him, his teachers and his classmates. He left school in the 7th grade and never went back to formal education. He served in the United States military, served on the city council in New Haven, and always was invested in his community. And again, he said to me, get an education. And he said, if you get an education, you can make $10,000 a year. So the whole issue of public education was critical to me and to my parents, as they sacrificed to get me the finest of educations and to allow me to realize my dreams and my aspirations. And that's true of the 9 out of 10 students in our country who attend public schools. And it's true of the stories of pretty much the entire population, of their understanding that what public education means to their lives and how it is the key to success. And I might just say that this budget, in my view, should be described as leaving every child behind. And that is why I strongly oppose your proposal to cut investments in education of our nation's children by $12 billion or 15%. It is clear that your mission is to dismantle our federal investments in the nation's public education. You and President Trump explicitly seek to eliminate the Department of Education, which Republicans have proposed for decades. But let me be clear with you, you will not have the partnership of Congress in your efforts to destroy the Department of Education and eliminate public education in this nation. Not on our watch. We will go over your plans to suffocate your own department and slash our investments in the education of our children and in students hoping to obtain a college degree. But before we discuss next year, I want to talk about what you're doing right now. The American people demand help with the cost of living, but President Trump is not laser focused on the cost of living. He is actually making it worse. He promised to fight for the middle class and working families, but instead put Elon Musk and wealthy billionaires like yourself in charge of the government that is meant to be of and by and for the American people. Madam Secretary, the administration is recklessly and unlawfully freezing and stealing congressionally appropriated funds from agencies, programs, and services across the government that serve the American people. You, President Trump and Elon Musk, are attacking public education to pay for tax cuts you stand directly to benefit from. Congress alone holds the power of the purse. It is right there in the Constitution. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7. Congress, not the president, determines how the taxpayers' dollars are spent. The law of the land is the 2024 budget. We are living in 2025 under a continuing resolution that carries forward the 2024 budget. And that is the law that you are bound to follow. Furthermore, the Department of Education was created by the Congress, and it can only be undone by the Congress. Under your leadership, the department, hundreds of millions of dollars have been frozen, and entire programs have been terminated. Funding for vital research, protection of students' civil rights, and programs that support the recruitment and professional development of effective educators have been terminated. Madam Secretary, if Congress agreed with your determinations that these programs do not deserve funding, we would have decreased the funding for these accounts accordingly. We did not. Nor did we remove funding for the department staff, but you took it upon yourself to eliminate half of the Department of Education's workforce. By recklessly incapacitating the department you lead, you are usurping Congress's authority and infringing on Congress's power of the purse, and you will continue to lose these battles in the courts. You have been blocked from letting DOGE access student loan borrowers' private information, from interfering with local school curricula, from punishing school districts for curricula you disagree with, and from stealing COVID relief aid from states and school districts. And there are many more. For as long as you continue to deliberately and flagrantly defy the law, you will continue to lose in court. But let us be clear about who is losing most of all, and that's the children and the families of this country. The consequences will be felt by students losing access to school psychologists, counselors, and social workers due to your shameful decision to cancel hundreds of grants for mental health services in public schools. These grants were created and funded by a bipartisan basis of this subcommittee and the bipartisan Safer Communities, including a mental health program that I created after hearing how desperately it was needed in schools across Connecticut. We are not talking about hypotheticals of what ifs or worst case scenario. This lawless and cruel destruction has happened and is happening under your watch today. Turning to your budget request for 2026, I want to note that the administration has provided sparse detail about your proposal to cut the Department of Education by $12 billion. We have no idea where that $12 billion is coming from. A central component of your plan for elementary and secondary education is to eliminate 18 unspecified competitive and formula grant programs, replace them with a $2 billion Brock grant to states, yet at the same time, you propose that we provide $4.5 billion less to educate our nation's children overall. A block grant is a cut. All of my colleagues here know that the states cannot afford to pick up the slack. Your visions for students aspiring to access and pay for college is particularly grim. You take away need-based financial aid for 1.7 million students, and you eliminate the federal work-study program, opportunities for more than 500,000 students who need it to help finance their education. They are from working families, middle-class families, vulnerable families, and they work in order to be able to pay for their education. These are students from working-class families. They're working their way through college. You know, some families do not need financial assistance to go to college, but that's not true for the rest. Madam Secretary, in the middle of a cost of living crisis, you are pulling up the ladder for everyone who has not found their way to extraordinary wealth or even enough to simply make ends meet. What will happen if you get your way? What will happen if your department is dismantled and our investments in education vanish? Madam Secretary, your grandchildren, my grandchildren, Elon Musk's grandchildren, President Trump's grandchildren will be just fine. But it's the children and the grandchildren of hardworking Americans will suffer, and they will fall further behind those whose families enjoy enormous wealth and privilege. I do not believe the American people want larger classes, fewer teachers, but that is exactly what you are aiming to deliver. I do not believe students and families want you to turn a blind eye to predatory, for-profit charter schools and colleges, but you appear prepared to continue to let scammers steal the money and the educational dreams of hardworking families and aspiring graduates. I understand the administration is eager to find a way to give yourselves a tax cut, but by doing so and dismantling public education is indefensible. Your actions are lawless, they reek of disdain for public education, and they are hurting the most vulnerable in our nation. Education is not a handout. Education is not waste, fraud, or abuse. As a leading Democrat on the Appropriations Committee, I assure you that I will never stop fighting against this dangerous dismantling of public education, which is undermining and jeopardizing the futures of millions of children in this country. I look forward to your testimony.
Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate your testimony. And just very, very quickly, for Mr. Pocan's education, is professional wrestling a business?
Sir, it very definitely is a business.
So you ran a business, okay, just so that you're aware of that. Anyway, let me ask you a couple of questions. I don't disagree with what my colleagues on the right have been saying. I agree with what Mr. Elsey said. Education, and I have no problem with trying to move much of this education back to the states. I had a couple of superintendents tell me a couple of years ago that their problem was they got 5% of their funding from the federal government and 95% of the rules came from the federal government. But there are some successful programs that we want to maintain. You said in your statement that you encouraged all of your children to go to post-secondary school, that they needed to continue their education to be successful. You said that you evaluated and looked at these programs and wanted to get rid of those that were ineffective. And in the skinny budget, you specifically said, TRIO and Gear Up are a relic of the past when financial incentives were needed to motivate institutions of higher education to engage with low-income students and increase access. I'd like to see some of those studies and evaluations because every one that I've seen says it's one of the most effective programs ever. In fact, when we had Secretary Spelling here 20 years ago, they tried to put all these programs together and just send them out to the states. She said they had studies that showed that they were not a very effective program. And I asked her for a copy of those studies. It's 20 years ago. I'm still waiting because there are no studies out there that show that it is ineffective. It is one of the most effective programs in the federal government. These are for, one of the best programs in the history of education and most meaningful has probably been the GI Bill. We took veterans from World War II and gave them opportunities to go to college. This is the GI Bill for low-income minority communities, and it's supported by many, many members of Congress. We have about 800,000 low-income potential first-generation college graduates. And I don't know if you've ever gone and talked to any of these students. These are people that had never thought of going to college because nobody in their family had, nobody in their community had ever done that. We got a problem in Indian Health Services trying to get doctors and dentists to go out on reservations. The only way you're going to educate, the only way you're going to do that and solve that problem is when Native American children go to college, go on to medical school, go on to dental school, and come back to their reservation to serve their people. That's how you're going to solve it in the long run. So can you speak to me how the department arrived at this funding level and how you plan to ensure that TRIO remains accessible to the students who rely upon it?
Well, thank you very much. And I understand that there are many services that are served. I mean, TRIO started out as 3 programs. It's now about 8. And it first started when there were first generation of students who were going to college for the first time. And I agree with you. There are a lot of parts of TRIO that talked about those students and what their possibilities could be and interested them. I did see in one example, TRIO recently, that one child was brought on board and talked about going to college, but part of the TRIO program was taking them to Disney World at that time. So I'm not sure that all the expenses in TRIO should be there. I think TRIO, those monies are going to be going out, for this program for this year. So we are looking at all of the programs. The need for TRIO, I don't think, is nearly as strong because there are outreaches from colleges now into local communities, and there should be more of the universities and secondary education levels reaching into those communities. They should be talking to them about college, but I think they should also be talking to them about other ways that they could have skills that they could support, whether it's the tribal nations that you were talking about or whether it's their community. As I mentioned a little earlier, it might have been before you came in, that I think we need to reimagine and look at education differently in our country. That I think we need more work-based projects, teaching in our middle schools and high schools to prepare people to get into the economy. I mean, we kind of made, we focused on college and degrees and we kind of made trade skills, hey, that's something that you go into if you can't really make it at college. We need this workforce.
Yes, we do.
We need this workforce, so let's train a lot of those different kind of programs. Let's give them skills that can make it available for them to go to work right away and be in the economy. Then maybe they will also put themselves through
Before
school.
you eliminate
So I-
TRIO,
so I
though,
think-
I need to see what those programs are that you're proposing that we're going to change them to, because
happy to
this
get
is the
back to
most
you.
important program for low-income people who had never thought of any, you know, you gave the example of one individual out of 800,000. The program is highly successful. I'd like to say other government programs could learn from this program, frankly. And I would like to know, if we're going to change it, how it's going to change and how we're still going to have access to those kids. And I understand that the department has not yet released the continuation awards for the TRIO Upward Bound program, even though those grants expired on May 31st. Could you tell us where we are on those awards?
Yeah, I believe that they will be going up by July 1. I think that is correct. If it's not, I will get back to you.
Thank you.
Baldwin. Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary McMahon, during your confirmation hearing, when asked about spending appropriated funding, you said, quote, "If they have been appropriated by Congress, those funds should be disseminated," close quote. You also said that eliminating the department is not about cutting federal funding for schools. Now we have a budget request that significantly cuts funding for public schools, students, and educators. Now, a few days ago, the OMB director said that impoundment is still on the table, threatening to take funding away this year. And we have your spending plan for this year that still leaves more than $8 billion, in your own words, unallocated. Not spending these funds is the administration making a decision not to invest in our children, and that decision has real consequences. What you consider unallocated for this year includes $1.3 billion for before and after school programs, which supports programs for thousands of students in Wisconsin in approximately 150 locations throughout the state, and over $2 billion to support effective teachers, of which an estimated $23 million would provide evidence-based professional learning for educators and help address gaps in access to effective teachers in Wisconsin. Are you going to allocate all of the funding Congress appropriated for students and schools in Wisconsin and across the country this year?
Well, Senator Baldwin, thank you very much for that question. And I understand your concerns. What we have done in putting forward our operating plan, the first operating plan to show where we were making allocations, and then followed up with the second operating plan.
This isn't a nuanced question. Congress passed a law appropriating this funding. You said in your confirmation hearing that you would spend funding Congress appropriated. If the answer isn't simply yes, based on all of the evidence before us, that leads me to believe that you are planning to withhold funding and shortchange schools, students, and families across America.
Well, we're going to continue to look at the allocations, and we'd like to work with you as we continue to evaluate those programs.
We
that are
passed
in
a
this
continuing resolution that appropriated funding, and you said earlier that you were going to spend it as appropriated as is signed into law. So I'm going to move on. Secretary McMahon, when we met before your confirmation hearing, you told me that our students' mental health was a priority for you. Yet you recently decided to discontinue mental health grants that Congress authorized and funded on a bipartisan basis because you determined, quote, they were not in the best interest of the federal government, close quote, which makes me wonder what changed since our conversation. Your operating plan for fiscal year 2025 describes this funding as unallocated this year. Your budget request for next year proposes eliminating this funding. Secretary McMahon, do you believe increasing access to mental health supports for students is not in the best interests of the federal government?
We're not looking to eliminate this funding. We are simply continuing the funding, but will allow the states to rebid on a competitive grant basis, and we're evaluating those programs across states. I think that a governor in a state or the local superintendent or the health care professionals that are working in that state have the best opportunity in looking at what is happening in their areas to make those requests for those grants. And so that's what we're looking at.
Secretary
is for
McMahon,
states.
the grant that you discontinued for the Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction was being used to expand access to mental health care for students. We're talking about more counselors and mental health professionals in schools. Why did you cut off funding for this grant and take away this help for Wisconsin students in schools?
Well, because I think we have to look at it across the board, Senator, and the goal really is to make sure that the money is being spent in the best places
What about
for the best
training
professionals.
new school psychologists, like what you chose to discontinue at Alverno College in Wisconsin? Do you think that's also not in the best interest of the federal government?
I believe there are a lot of programs that are in the best interest of the government, but the states and the local areas, I think, are the best place where we need to concentrate, for these particular programs.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I'm going to add my voice of concern with Senator Collins, and you and I have talked about this on the zeroing out, the elimination of the TRIO and Gear Up.
Madam Secretary, I want to welcome, by the way, I want to ask you about the TRIO program that has been mentioned, and its sister program, Gear Up. We spend $1.58 billion a year on TRIO.
Yes.
That's $1,580 million a year. Is my math right?
I think that's right, sir.
And how long have we been spending $1,580 million a year on this program?
I'm not sure of the total length of time of the program.
More than 10 years?
Yes.
So that's over $1 trillion we've spent on this program. And in this program, this $1 trillion we've spent, we give this money, as I appreciate it, to colleges and universities to encourage poor kids to go to college. Is that right?
To provide some of those kids who have not yet been exposed to what it takes to get ready to go to college.
Okay. To encourage poor kids to go to college, right?
Yes.
Okay. And given that we've spent $1 trillion, how many poor kids who otherwise wouldn't have gone to college have gone to college and graduated?
A significant number, I would imagine.
How many?
I don't know exactly.
Isn't that a question we should ask?
I think so, and I'll be happy to get back to you with that answer. The other thing about the...
But wait, Madam Secretary, I'm not fussing at you. Do we have that number?
I don't think so.
I'm looking, we don't have it.
I don't think so, because there is the...
Well, if we were... So we've spent $1 trillion, and we've given this money to universities, and they're supposed to encourage poor kids to go to college. But we don't know how many poor kids went to college who otherwise wouldn't have gone to college and graduated, right?
Correct.
Well, what do your audits show?
Well, that's the issue, and I mentioned it when I was...
Are you able to audit?
We're not. We're not able to audit, and there are constraints against the TRIO program for its accountability. The other issue with...
Well, but I'm sorry to cut you off, but I don't have much time. So we spent $1 trillion. We gave it to the colleges. We said encourage poor kids to go to college. We don't know how many kids went to college because you don't have the authority to audit. How do you know these universities are not just using the money to operate instead of encouraging poor kids to go to college?
I'm not sure.
You don't know how?
No.
Because you can't audit.
Correct.
You understand hope is not a strategy.
Yes, sir.
I mean, if you told the average American, we just spent $1 trillion of your money, and we gave it to colleges and universities, and we said encourage poor kids to go to college, but we don't know how many kids went to college who otherwise wouldn't have gone, and who graduated. You understand the average American would ask us what planet we just parachuted in from, right?
That's right. You know, Senator, if I may, there's one other issue on the TRIO program. What we have found
I'm going to run
is-
out of time.
Oh,
You can make
you're
it
not-
fast.
Take your time back then.
Let me ask you a question about our skirmish with Harvard. And I don't want to get into the merits. President Trump has said that Harvard is violating federal law and he's withholding their money. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Harvard has responded, we've never violated federal law, but if we did, we give you a pinky promise that we won't do it again. Is that right?
Yes.
And then President Trump said, okay, no offense, but, you know, I just want to be sure. So why doesn't Harvard, I will give Harvard the authority to appoint a monitor, pick whomever they want. The federal government has the right to veto the pick. So if they pick their brother-in-law, that wouldn't be fair. And Harvard has said, no, you just have to trust us. You have to accept their pinky promise. Is that basically what's going on?
Well, and not only that, but Harvard did respond to our request for negotiations with a lawsuit.
Well, but,
So we're in the throes
if
of
we,
litigation.
if Harvard would just agree to a monitor, that would solve the problem, wouldn't it?
Might serve part of it. The provost is what, vice provost that we've asked that would come on to be one of the monitors on that situation.
I'm way over. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Senator Reed.
Well, thanks very much. Welcome, Madam Secretary. And I'm not a great mathematician, but I think you were talking about $1 trillion. I believe.
Glad to have you before the committee. I wanted to turn to TRIO. I wanted to echo Senator Collins' support, but I know you wanted accountability, and you think it would be a good idea to have each grantee have to have benchmarks that they're seeking to address?
I think that we do need to have better accountability with TRIO, but one of the things that I
So
said
having
certainly-
limited time, but benchmarks up front would be useful to have these programs meet?
Yes, I
Maybe
think they
have them
would.
do an annual report on meeting those benchmarks?
Accountabilities, yes, because we don't now
Great.
have the ability to track that.
So actually, those benchmarks are set now, and each grantee has to do an annual report. Have you read those annual reports?
I've not read them all, no.
Okay,
But I
because
do,
I also
know
wanted
that
to-
they're not following all
Well,
those different laws.
so-
And I've also said that if Congress...
Madam, just let me finish if I can. And that is that you said there was no accountability. I just pointed out that two of the things you'd like to see, which are benchmarks and annual performance reports, are already done. In addition, the Pell Institute published a recent summary of 4 of the studies the Department of Education did on 4 of these 8 TRIO programs. Have you looked at those reports? Because they did a thorough evaluation of these programs.
I have not personally, no.
Well, that bothers me, for you to come before us today and say there needs to be accountability, and yet there is accountability, and it just seems like a cover story for saying we don't want to help blue-collar kids make it into college. And I must tell you, most of my colleagues here, they're not blue-collar kids. I am. I know how hard it was to make that leap into college. I know the difficulty of the culture when you grow up in high school and you never talk to anybody about going to college, and you don't understand what that's all about in that world. And these TRIO programs have resulted in 6 million students graduating through those programs. And you want accountability? Well, what did those studies say that have been done by the Department of Education? They said upward bound students twice as likely to earn a bachelor's degree. Talent search students 33% more likely to enroll in college. Veterans upward bound, 42% more likely. I'm going to go on to my next question, but let me just say, your argument that there's no studies, no accountability, is just actually wrong. And the fact that you're coming here not even having looked at your own department studies of these programs in order to be informed about them is profoundly troubling. let me turn to the cost of higher education. This is also very important to a blue-collar kid. Folks in my community today, because I still live in a blue-collar community, they say, we're not sure our kids should go to college because they'll end up with a millstone of mountain of debt and maybe no job. And here you are making it more expensive. I wonder if you know how much a student in Germany has to pay in tuition for university.
I don't.
It's zero. What about the broader European economic zone?
Sir, we don't live in Europe. We
It
live here
is
in the
zero.
United
But my
States.
point here is those countries are saying we want every child to thrive. We want every child to have opportunity. We don't want them to be saying our kids, maybe we should tell them not to go to college because they'll have this mountain of debt. And that opportunity, that's American values of opportunity for every individual. And here you are raising the cost of college, making it much harder for ordinary kids from blue-collar backgrounds to be able to pursue their dreams. And I find that totally inconsistent with Trump's campaign, where he said he would fight for ordinary families.
No, I have to disagree, sir. We're not raising the cost of college. We are actually, with all of the programs that we want to put in place, we want colleges to reduce their cost.
Well, actually, these loan programs that you're changing are making it much more expensive for kids to go to college, and they're getting.
We've
the
not
message.
changed loan programs.
I'm going to turn to mental health because I'm very concerned about mental health. A few years ago, before COVID, when I was in a meeting with student counselors in Eastern Oregon, a very rural area, and they said, you know, we're seeing kids come in our early ages, and they're acting out much more than they ever did before. And I said, well, is this because was there a factory that just shut down here, or a mill that just shut down, or an infusion of wave of meth? And they said, no, those are all, the economy's a factor, drug use is a factor in our community. But no, those aren't new. And one of the counselors said, this is what's new. And they pulled out their cell phone. This is what's new. Kids are coming in with far less understanding and ability of how to sit in a collaborative environment like a classroom and how to communicate with other children and teachers. There is a book that just came out. My staff happened to put it on my desk this morning, so I'm going to ask for Chapter 5 to be put into the record, The Anxious Generation. And I was paging through it, and under Chapter 5, it notes that there are 4 factors in which these cell phones are affecting our children profoundly: social deprivation, sleep deprivation, attention fragmentation, and screen addiction. I'd really encourage you to take a look at this. I've been urging the department to seriously look at the issue of how childhood is changing. And childhood is changing because of technology in ways that are really compromising the ability of our education enterprise to work well. But this brings to my point about why you have canceled mental health grants for our schools. We have 5 schools in Oregon that got grants to have more mental health counselors, and you have canceled them. Why have you canceled mental health grants in the middle of an enormously challenging time for our students?
We've not canceled mental health grants. We've said we're not continuing them after this year because we're going to allow those programs to be rebid and to take a different look at them, but they have not been canceled. And I couldn't agree with you more about cell phones. There's governors of several states who have said bell to bell there are not going to be cell phones in the classroom, and they are seeing upticks in their literacy and also in the social interaction. So therefore, states have the abilities at very different levels to go ahead and make decisions and to put their policies in place that can be effective.
Then the 5 grants that you have canceled that you are unaware of in Oregon, you will restore those 5 grants?
We've not canceled, we're not continuing those grants.
So if you discover that you have actually canceled grants that were already awarded, you will undo those cancellations?
I would like to get back to you on that. I do not believe we've canceled any grants. We're not continuing, but we will rebid them.
Oh, you'll rebid them, meaning you're canceling them, but you'll rebid them.
We are not continuing them. We haven't canceled them.
Okay, well,
They are continuing.
Well, I've got 5 schools that have received letters from you or your department saying their grants, their mental health grants have been canceled. They worked very hard to apply for those
Canceled
grants.
or not continued?
That they've been canceled. the grants that they have received for their
And I
programs.
will look into that and get back to you.
Obviously, when you get a grant, it's for work you're doing from here forward. So if not continuing means as of today, we're not funding it, then you canceled the grant.
No, you can rebid the grant, you can recompete the grant, and you can have different
Is that what you're doing?
aspects of
You said the grants you got, we're ending them, and we're taking them back, but we're going to
I said we
recompete them?
are not continuing them after this year. We will have a rebidding process to relook at those grants.
Well, I
to do it
strongly
responsibly.
encourage you to understand how the changes you're making are hurting ordinary kids across this country who may have aspirations, and those aspirations may not all require going to college, but many of those aspirations can be well served by higher education, and you shouldn't be putting obstacles in their path.
Thank you.
Senator Merkley, if you look, what we're doing has not worked.
All right.
So we're continuing to throw money at things that are not being successful. So we are trying to look appropriately at all of our grants and how the Department of Education is operating.
Madam Chair, I'll just say those programs have been successful. If you'd taken the very effort to read the evaluations of the TRIO programs, you wouldn't be here making that argument today.
All right, let's,
Very much. Welcome, Madam Secretary. And I'm not a great mathematician, but I think you were talking about $1 trillion. I believe 1.5 billion times 10 is $15 billion. That's a little bit off from $1 trillion, but
I think the budget cuts $1.2 billion for TRIO.
well, 1.2. That would be $12 billion, not $1 trillion.
Okay.
Fine. Why aren't you recommending an audit for the TRIO program if that's what the problem is?
I'm not allowed to audit it.
Oh, legislatively, you could propose that.
We could propose it, which is what I had said at the very beginning. I would look
Why-
forward.
You're not
I would look
proposing
forward.
it. You're not proposing the audit. You're proposing to essentially constrain the program, put it into a block grant, and without any request for audit language, which would come from the United States Senate.
Well, that's exactly what I would request.
Well, why don't
If
you
the
request
program
it,
goes
Madam
first.
Secretary?
Yes, I would like to do that.
Well-
If Congress is going to appropriate, again, money for the TRIO programs, then I would like to work with Congress, and part of that would be auditing.
Well-
We've found that about 92% of the TRIO funds go to the same people all of the time, the same institutions.
That could indeed imply an audit necessary, but it doesn't validate the budgetary approach you're taking. You're taking basically many programs, combining them into from $8 billion total to $2 billion to a block grant. Now, in Washington, the block grant is the slow path to extinction, because next year, the request will be for probably $8 billion. And 4 or 5 years from now, when the request is still $8 billion, the cost will far exceed that. That's sort of budgeting 101. So you're really out to eliminate these programs, I think, not to make them more efficient.
That's not true. I disagree with that.
Well-
There are some budget cuts, but what we're asking for is a simplified funding measure, which will be a single grant funding to the states for them to use in the best way possible to make sure their education is working better.
No, I think
However, the other side of that, if I may, sir, is that we are reducing the regulatory burden. Do you know that 47 cents of every dollar that goes into a school, teachers spend complying with regulation? So if we can take away that regulatory burden, yes, while there are some cuts in the cost of funding, we still give the opportunity to have more dollars because we're reducing the regulatory
But
burden.
let me understand this. You're very enthusiastic about an audit, but the regulatory burden is so crippling. An audit would impose more requirements on the schools. I just think you're coming and going, and we're not making progress. The cut to these programs is profound, $6 billion. And the states are not going to step up and say, we can do this. I'll tell you why. Because if this budget passed, every state in this country is going to make a difficult decision. Do I save my health care system, or do I save my public education system? Many of them can't do both. And this is will be a profound shock to the education systems around the country. In 1 year, a loss of these funds, and to the students that need it.
Well, what we have found,
Have
sir,
you ever taken public assistance?
have I ever taken public assistance? No, sir.
No? Not at all?
No, sir.
Well, many people do. And they need that support to get ahead. And education is a key mechanism to go ahead. I'm over my, no, I still have some time. To get ahead, and it's remarkable. I think, this all sort of started with the GI Bill, when a generation of Americans got to education who never could get before. And then Senator Pell, my colleague, sort of saw that model and increased it. By the way, you're also decreasing the Pell grants. You're shrinking educational opportunity in the United States for a whole generation and more, and also shrinking our ability to compete internationally and globally, because I don't think the Chinese will slack off in their investments in education.
Senator, I appreciate your comments. However, we have spent $3 trillion since 1980 on education in our country when this department was set up, and our scores have continued to go down. We are not doing something right. And your numbers are a little bit off on a number. We're going to have it's still a cut, but it's about a $4.5 billion cut, not $8 billion cut.
Well, it's a significant cut. And
to be more responsible.
To be more responsible, your responsibility amounts to just surrendering.
Sorry, sir?
Surrendering. We have this crisis in education and literacy, all these factors. What we're going to do is pull back, let the states do it.
No, we'll spend it more responsibly.
I doubt it very seriously.
Let's hope we do.
Well, hope, as someone said, is not a plan. Thank you.
All right, Senator Britt.
Madam Secretary, thank you so much for being here today. I want to start.
And thank you to both of you for being here today. A few years ago, we worked really hard across the aisle to pass the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, a bill that made changes in our gun laws, but in large part because it was a real priority for my Republican colleagues, also included billions of dollars in funding for school-based and children's mental health. Earlier this year, you did something extraordinary. You canceled $1 billion worth of existing ongoing grants to schools all across the country. And it's extraordinary because you didn't cut off new grants, you cut off existing grants. So in states all across the nation, blue and red, there are now mental health programs for kids that are shutting down, and kids who have been relying on really important adults in their life, these counselors and social workers, are losing access. You know Connecticut very well. You shut off a program that provides mental health resources to kids in crisis in Northwest Connecticut. When they did a survey of these kids and asked the kids who are in this particular program who the one adult was who they would go to if they were in mental health trouble or in response to a trauma, every single one of those kids in that program named the counselor funded by this program. You've shut that grant down. When those kids show up to school next fall, that trusted adult will not be there. You've told this program, as well as all the other programs, that the reason is they're violating civil rights laws. This program has no idea what you mean by that. And I guess I just ask you this. I'm sure you had to weigh, factors in making this decision, but did you worry about what your decision would do to these kids where you've ripped away their counselors and social workers literally in the middle of the program? Do you worry about what's going to happen to those kids in Northwest Connecticut and kids all across the country who have lost access to their trusted adults?
I certainly worry about mental health for children and adults all across the country. I certainly do.
I guess I'm asking specific. You must have weighed this. I assume you weighed this when you made this extraordinary decision to shut down $1 billion worth of mental health programming for kids. Did you worry about what you would do to those specific kids?
Well, what we have to do, I think, and that's what our simplified funding program is going to do, is to put programs into a single grant that's going to the states to be determined how that money can be best used.
But how did you weigh the impact? I'm asking about this specific decision. How did you weigh the impact that, again, these kids in Northwest Connecticut, they literally say, this adult is the most important adult in my life. And you made a decision to shut down that program. And this can be replicated all over the country. How did you weigh the impact on those kids? It's a really cruel thing to do to those kids. So did you think about the impact on those kids?
Well, I certainly can't evaluate every particular program in every school district across the state. There are some areas that need mental health more than there are others. And there were programs in the mental health program that did deal with DEI and with gender issues, et cetera, and it wasn't just about the kind of things that you're talking about. So in totality, as we look at mental health grants across the country, we have to make sure that those programs are being used to serve best in those communities.
Yeah.
So, therefore, a governor or a principal or a state superintendent would have the best information relative to what is needed in that particular state.
Yeah, we know what we need in Northwest Connecticut, and what we need is for the federal government not to rip funding away from these kids in need in the middle of the service program.
Or to better allocate the dollars you have and provide those professionals across the state that can handle it.
Let me ask you another question. Obviously, we're trying to understand what the Department of Education is doing with respect to the threats you've made against institutions of higher education. In the letter that you sent to Harvard demanding that they make certain changes, you told them that they had to end all of their diversity programs, but that they had to institute viewpoint diversity. That doesn't seem to make sense. How do you tell them to end all their diversity programs? And we assume that this is a mandate that you will make of other schools as well. How do you ask them to end diversity programs while instituting viewpoint diversity? Those seems to be totally contradictory.
No, the diversity programs that we've asked and demanded to be eliminated were the DEI, where they were, those programs actually were pitting one group against another.
Isn't viewpoint diversity a diversity program?
A viewpoint diversity is exchange of ideas that's actually better, absolutely. Now here, because Harvard only has 3%, by its own numbers, 3% conservative faculty, do you think they are allowing enough of viewpoint diversity through that teaching on campus?
Where in the statute does it give you the ability to cut off federal funding for a university based upon your decision, your determination that they don't have viewpoint diversity? Can you cite to a statute, an authority that Congress has given you to micromanage the viewpoint diversity of a college?
Well, certainly well, now let's back up.
Well, no. I think that's really important.
I'm going to answer your question.
Can you cite a statute? Because you can't cut off funding for universities unless you have a statutory authorization to do so. So what statute gives you the right to tell any university that they have to have a certain mixture of viewpoints?
So here's what happened with Harvard.
No, it's a pretty simple. I don't mean to provide being hostile.
Well, I have to give you some.
I think you have to cite the statute.
The statute's Title VI. These were civil rights violations. That is why we filed a case and defunded or stopped the funding for a while for Harvard, as well as we did Columbia. And in that conversation with them, we talked about different things that they should do coming back to the table to make their programming better. The president of Columbia absolutely indicated, as well as the president of Harvard, that they needed to do things on their campus to eliminate anti-Semitism. That was kind of the crux of what brought us into talking to the different universities. And then we sat down with them to say, okay, these are other issues that you need to address on your campus because you do receive federal funding. And under federal funding, if you are breaking the law, which they did under Title VI.
I don't understand any conception of civil rights law to give you the authorization to micromanage viewpoint diversity on campus. That's not authorized under the civil rights title provided to you by the United States Congress. Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, since you're the Secretary of Education, I think it's maybe appropriate that we start questioning with a pop quiz. Are you ready?
I never have liked pop quizzes.
I never have either, but I'm going to give you the answers ahead of time. The answers are 8 and 30. 8 and 30. Remember those two numbers. What percentage of high school students in America attend for-profit colleges and universities?
8%.
8%, perfect. What percentage of student loan defaults in America come from students in for-profit colleges and universities?
Must be 30.
It is. Great, you just aced the test. But the problem is that the difficulty students face becomes a lifetime problem. Imagine, if you will, first-generation college student trying to pick a place to go to school, inundated in high school with glossy brochures for profit colleges and universities which promise the sun, the moon, and the stars. The student goes and learns that there are Pell grants available through for-profit colleges and universities, They hear the promises that if they just attend this school and graduate, there's going to be a good paying job at the end of the rainbow. And it turns out it's all phony. Over and over again, these students are being deluded and deceived. There's much more scam than there is scholarship. There's more hype than there is higher education. So most of them, or at least 30% of them, end up with loans they can't pay back. They never see that job that was promised to them. But they've got one last place to turn to try to get their lives back on track. I've met a lot of these students. Have you met any of them?
I have.
I have seen their stories and heard their stories from them, living in their parents' basement because of student loan debt and no college diploma or a worthless one from some for-profit colleges and universities. You have a department within the Department of Education for borrower defense. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell me what you understand the borrower defense law to promise?
Well, first of all, I'd like to address how we started the conversation, not the percentages. But this is an issue, sir, that is, I think you well know, is not just relative to for-profit universities. We have many of our universities today that are promising degrees and jobs which are not being fulfilled, even those from very prestigious and elite universities. The cost of college today is so incredibly high that we have many students who are graduating thinking that they were going to have a job, that they'd be able to repay their loan, but the cost of those loans are so high that even if they get that job, it may not, over the course of their lifetime, would be able to repay that loan. So one of the things that we have proposed, and looking at our FAFSA application forms, is providing information even on FAFSA that would indicate to a student who is applying for a student loan, hey, take a look at this. This is the college you're going to. This is the job that you want, and this is about how much money this job can pay. And is this college the right place for you? Or are these courses the right place for you to take? So let's give up front a little more information so that they actually have an understanding of what their opportunity in the marketplace can be.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I want to reclaim my time since it's very limited. The point that I'm making is there is one brand of college and university that is particularly egregious when it comes to deceiving these students. It's for-profit colleges and universities. 8% of high school grads, 30% of student loan defaults in that category alone. It stands out from all the rest. The point I'm getting to is you're hollowing out the borrower defense agency within your own department. This is supposed to be the rescue for these students to finally get back on track and maybe go to a good school one way or the other. Why would you hollow out the resources there and the people that are enforcing the borrower defense rule when we have these terrible numbers of exploitation of students?
Well, and my point is that we shouldn't just focus on those schools. I do know that I totally agree with you. There are some scam universities out there.
Well, why would you hollow out the people who are supposed to enforce it?
Because I think we're putting other measures in place, but the scam...
Give me an idea what you're putting in place that's better than the borrower defense rule.
Well, we just talked a little bit about FAFSA. It's the education up front so that...
I'm talking about the victims, the ones who are already victims. They're in debt by tens of thousands of dollars. They're living in their parents' basement. They have no place to turn. And you're telling me the FAFSA form application is going to help them? How can it help them?
And that's not in place yet, but I think that's going to be very, very helpful. Here's the other thing. Where are our guidance counselors in high schools? Who were they talking to?
I think we're finding...
I think that they need to be totally informed, and I think they need to look at the cost of education.
You're cutting the number of counselors in these schools at the same time.
Well, the counselors that are doing their jobs can provide information to these students.
There aren't enough of them. That's the point I'm making, and the situation is terrible for these students. First-generation students who are being exploited by these schools, they need your protection. They need our protection. They deserve it. They're doing the right thing. And unfortunately, you're reducing the number of people to enforce the law. I yield, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Kennedy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Senator Mullen.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Chair, what's the definition of insanity?
Of sanity or insanity?
Insanity.
Insanity?
Yeah.
Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome.
Right. And what was we ranked in reading and math in 1979?
I'm sorry, what?
What was we ranked nationally in math and reading in 1979?
We were very, very low on the totem pole.
We were number one in 1979. Today,
Oh, in 1979,
1979.
I'm sorry. Okay.
In 1979, we were ranked number one in, around the world. Today, in reading, we are ranked 36th. In mathematics, we're ranked 28th. It's not working. What we're doing is not working. We're throwing money at the problem today. We have $1.6 trillion out in student loans. We have 50% of the $1.6 trillion, which is 42.7 million borrowers, that are current, only 50%. 30% is either deferred or in default, and 20% are just gone. Here's what's scary, is the biggest growing population that's defaulting on their loans is 50-year-olds plus. It's a problem. It's a huge, huge problem. So my colleagues want to complain about you making changes. Thank you. Because we're wasting taxpayer dollars, and it's not paying a dividend back, which is the definition of insanity, doing the same thing, expecting different results. We deserve better. Our kids deserve better. Our taxpayers deserve better. And we have to make changes. So thank you to yourself and to President Trump, who's got the backbone to say, hey, let's make some changes. Can you explain how the budget reduces wasteful spending and ensures taxpayer dollars are used efficiently?
Well, I do believe that as we have combined a lot of our competitive grant programs to a simplified funding measure. So we have cut the total amount. However, as I was mentioning earlier, the amount that is going into the states will be in some states call it a block grant or a single allocation to that state, and it'll be controlled by those closest to the child. It'll be the governor, or it'll be the state superintendent, or it'll be parents and teachers making sure those dollars are maximized within the state. There are a lot of programs, some successful, but not all of them, that have been just awarded. It's a little bit like mission creep. You start a department, you start programs, and suddenly we have 264 different programs in the Department of Education that we're trying to fund and get to these states with not fully having an overall understanding of how well they are doing. So I believe that by consolidating them and put them in a single grant that will go to the states, they can best spend that money. If they need more mental health, if they need an area of concern that's in their state, they know where to send that money much better than the bureaucracy in Washington. So we're cutting regulation, but at the same, we're cutting some of the spending, but we're also cutting regulation to help pay for that.
Well, so that kind of leads to my other questions of what steps are you taking to reduce bureaucracy and streamline the department's operations, which I do appreciate that, because my mother was a special ed teacher. My brother-in-law is currently the principal at Guthrie High School. My aunt retired as a special ed teacher. My two sisters went to school for special ed, and it is frustrating for them to sit in the classroom and not be able to actually meet the students' needs, but have to meet to a testing standard that these students with special needs can never achieve. As my mom used to say when she was teaching back in the 70s, that she taught these kids, how to try to live on their own, how to just simply take care of themselves through hygiene, how to actually be able to understand their finances to some degree, to be able to wash their clothes, to be able to maybe cook a meal. And we hate to take it down that far, but at some point, these kids are going to be out of high school, and taking the test isn't their future. They're taking their tests as learning how to depend on themselves to some degree, to the most they can, to live the fullest life of their potential. And not having the resources to be able to do that in these schools are tough. And so the bureaucracy affects that. And by the way, it affects the entire school too. And so by cutting that red tape, you're helping the teachers, and the teachers are the one that's desperately crying out for help. They went to school to be educators. Let them teach, because they can do a phenomenal job. They have a heart to do something that I don't. I tell people all the time, I don't have the patience to be a teacher. But those that do, I want to give them all the help they can without having to worry about the red tape and the bureaucracy along the way. So I appreciate you pushing this from Washington, D.C., and letting the classroom make this decision for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've been joined by the Vice Chair, so I'll call on Vice Chair Murray for her questions.
Thank you very much, Chair Capito. Good morning, Secretary McMahon. You know, President Trump has made
a statement.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Chair Capito. And Secretary McMahon, thank you for being here today. We're here to talk about the President's fiscal year 2026 budget request for the Department of Education. And I look forward to working with Chair Capito and all the members of this committee on developing a fiscal year 2026 appropriations bill that funds the Department of Education. But before we can turn to the next fiscal year, 2026, the department is still refusing to tell Congress and the American public how it is spending billions of taxpayer dollars this fiscal year. The department was required to submit an operating plan last month detailing how it was spending fiscal year 2025 appropriated funding, and it included $13 billion in funding it characterized as unallocated. That's flatly unprecedented and unacceptable. This committee needs to know how you're planning to spend appropriated funding, and our constituents certainly deserve to know how their taxpayer dollars are being spent. State and school districts need to know how much federal funding they should expect to receive starting in less than 1 month. This administration obviously doesn't agree. Ironically, the budget request for next fiscal year includes more detail than the spend plan for this year. The lack of transparency combined with this budget request raises serious questions about what are you trying to hide and why. This all stems in part, Madam Secretary, because this administration seems focused above all else on dismantling the Department of Education to score political points, regardless of the impact on tens of millions of students, including some 800,000 public school students in the state of Wisconsin. Even issues I think we would agree are priorities, such as expanding career and technical education opportunities for students, will be undermined by this administration in the name of eliminating the department. I am very concerned by reports that you are trying to move career and technical education programs to the Department of Labor against mandates from Congress, and in a way that could harm students who participate in these vital programs. There's simply no reason to take this administration at its word when its actions tell a different story. It has shown time and again, the more forcefully it says one thing, the more it is doing the opposite. So, Madam Secretary, you claim the administration's goal of eliminating the department is about returning education to the states. At the same time, this administration is attempting to exert more control than ever over the decisions in our schools and campuses. This includes demanding that states certify that they are not implementing DEI, which the department purposefully left vague so it could cut off funding whenever it chooses. The department has reversed billions of approved spending extensions with the assertion that the department could pick and choose which congressionally authorized spending to approve or not. And it includes the unprecedented assault on some of our college campuses to exert control over their classrooms and their daily operations. You claim eliminating the department is not about cutting funding, but giving more flexibility to states and schools. But at the same time, you are proposing a budget that would cut $12 billion from funding that supports students and educators. This proposal would eliminate dedicated funding for evidence-based literacy instruction, support for homeless students, and rural schools. The proposal would cut billions from programs that states and school districts can already flexibly use to meet pressing needs. And in place of eliminating all these programs, the budget proposes a block grant, a quarter of the size of the program that it replaces. The budget proposes to cut more than $500 million from education research and statistics, virtually shutting down production of and support for using evidence to improve student achievement. You are proposing to eliminate programs that support non-traditional students in higher education, including TRIO, Gear Up, and See Campus. And you are proposing to drastically reduce the maximum Pell Grant award by almost $1,700, which have a devastating consequence for our nation's lowest income students, including those looking to acquire new skills to meet the needs of local employers and in-demand industries. The math is simple. This budget significantly cuts federal education funding. This issue isn't just what's being proposed in this budget request, but what the department is doing right now. Last month, the department decided to not continue $1 billion in multi-year grants that were improving access to mental health care in schools. This includes funding provided on a bipartisan basis in response to the Uvalde school shooting that took the lives of 19 students and 2 teachers while injuring 17 others. Madam Secretary, a recent survey revealed more than a third of Wisconsin's high school students reported feeling depressed, sad, or hopeless almost every day for 2 weeks or more in a row. We need to be providing more mental health support for our students, not less. The department claims that these grants were not in the federal government's interest. I repeat that. The department claims these grants were not in the federal government's interest, but refuses to provide specific reasons why they weren't continued. This funding isn't simply numbers on a spreadsheet or receipts for a website. This was more than 200 grants in nearly 40 states actively being used to increase the number of counselors and mental health professionals in schools. That's how this administration defines providing more flexibility to schools, by pulling the rug out from under them when they're trying to address the mental health needs of students. Finally, Madam Secretary, while this administration clearly wants to eliminate the Department of Education, Congress has not passed any law to do so. Quite the opposite, in fact. Just 2.5 months ago, Congress passed an appropriations bill that provided funding to the Department of Education to carry out specific education laws, all laws that passed Congress with overwhelming bipartisan support, and that direct the Secretary of Education to carry out specific activities to help ensure every student receives a high-quality education. I'm deeply concerned that you are planning to ignore this and will attempt to illegally impound funds and dismantle the Department of Education. It will ultimately be students who will pay the price. But if the executive branch is allowed to do that and ignore the laws we pass, I'm not sure what we're doing here. Fortunately, I still have faith in this committee to reject that approach and to carry out our constitutional duties. Most importantly, I know we can do better for our nation's students than what this administration is planning and what this budget proposes. And I look forward to working with my colleagues to do just that.
Questions?
Thank you. And I'll turn to the chair of the full committee, Senator Collins from Maine.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Secretary, let me first welcome you to the committee. I know that you care deeply about our students. We may have different views on how to best achieve the goals that we share, but I do not question for a moment your deep commitment to education and our nation's students. I've been very concerned that we've seen a drop in performance by our students that occurred since the COVID unwise closures and prolonged closures of schools. and continued in the Biden administration, and that's something that should concern us all. I'd like to turn to the TRIO programs, like Upward Bound. That's an issue that you and I have discussed. From my experience in Maine, I have seen the lives of countless first-generation and low-income students, not only in Maine, but across the country, who often face barriers to accessing a college education changed by the TRIO program. I'm actually wearing my Maine TRIO pin today, just to emphasize my support for that program. In fact, 3 of my own staff members went through the TRIO program and tell me that they would not have pursued higher education but for the support and confidence that the TRIO program gave them. The president's budget, unfortunately, in my view, proposes to eliminate the TRIO programs. And as co-chair of the Congressional TRIO Caucus, I strongly disagree with the president's proposal. Could you explain why the administration has decided that TRIO programs are not worth the investment that they make in people's lives and the robust bipartisan support that they enjoy due to their success?
Want me to answer now?
Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know that these programs are very near and dear to your heart. We have had at least 2 pretty lengthy conversations about them. And TRIO will be funded through the end of this year. So all those funds will go out. But it is not proposed to continue in the 2026 budget. What we found is the programs, while I absolutely agree that there is some effectiveness of the programs in many circumstances, these programs were negotiated at very tough terms, in that the Department of Education has no ability to go in and look at the accountability of TRIO programs. It specifically eliminates our ability to do that. And I just think that we aren't able to see the effectiveness across the board that we would normally look to see with our federal spending. So while there are, I think, many instances, and I believe also that Chairman Capito even worked in TRIO for a while in her earlier years, I do think there is effectiveness of many programs that I'm just not sure the total expenditure warrants. I do know, however, that Congress does control the purse strings, and I would sincerely hope that if you decide with appropriations to continue these programs, that we could work with you to renegotiate those terms that we feel kind of hamstrung the Department of Education and not being able to fully understand their accountability. That's a real drawback in these programs, and I think all of us would agree we want to make sure that anything that we are funding, we can attach accountabilities to it.
Well, as with the Job Corps program in the Department of Labor, I think the answer is to reform and strengthen those programs, fix what's wrong, increase accountability, not abolish them. And I look forward to working with you in that regard. I want to move to another issue, and that is a bill that Senator Kaine and I have introduced called the Jobs Act. What it does is allow students to access federal Pell grants to pay for shorter-term job training programs. A lot of times you can get a license in a trade to become an electrician or welder, for example, or a certified nursing assistant without going through a 2-year community college program that may be the best option for some people. It isn't for others. Would you support the concept of allowing Pell grants to be used for short-term training programs that result in a license or a certification for a job?
Well, you're really speaking my language, Senator, and thank you very much for that. I wholeheartedly support these workforce Pell Grant options because I've seen in many instances, I mean, we have 8 million open jobs in our country. Our workforce is definitely not being fulfilled by, by the proper workers. So let's get these young people who don't need a 4-year college education into the workforce sooner. I'm in agreement that even when they're in high school, we should start these programs, in high school leading into apprenticeship programs. But the workforce Pell programs, the short term you're talking about, I also think they can be stacked in credentials so that you can really propel yourself and to be a stronger economic contributor. So I'm all for those.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions?
Thank you very much, Chair Capito. Good morning, Secretary McMahon. President Trump has made clear that he wants to abolish the very department that you lead, and we know here that you cannot eliminate the Department of Education without an act of Congress. But I'm afraid that that has not stopped you from preventing the department from actually doing its job. You have indiscriminately shuttered offices and pushed out half of the department's staff, and under your leadership, we have seen critical research to improve student outcomes axed overnight, and funding for mental health services and teacher training, among a whole lot, abruptly cut off and discontinued. Now, today you come before this committee to request massive funding cuts that do, in my opinion, nothing to help improve opportunities for students in our public schools throughout the country. You are proposing to slash Pell grants and much more. Now, you and the president say this isn't about cutting education funding, but all about, quote, returning education to the states. But actually, that can be further from the truth, because the reality is this administration is actually taking unprecedented steps to extort schools and universities and hold federal funding hostage if they don't conform with your agenda. So it's pretty clear that returning education to the states actually means letting states and colleges and local communities pick up the tab. And I just don't believe that's how things should work in America. I don't believe that's good for students, and I don't believe it's good for our families. Now, having said that, Secretary McMahon, as I mentioned, you have set out to eliminate nearly half of your department's workforce, and that includes pushing out the door more than half of the staff at the Office for Civil Rights. The entire staff responsible for managing grant operations and contract procurement, and employees who actually prevent students from getting ripped off by predatory colleges. The department cannot do its basic job to execute the law, given how many staff have been pushed out, and it is our students and our teachers who will suffer the consequences. So I want to know from you, before you cut that much staff, did you conduct any analysis to assess whether or not it would degrade support and services for students in our schools, or how the department would still be able to execute the law after losing so many employees?
Certainly. Excuse me, good morning. Thank you for that. Yes, we did talk to the department itself.
But did you do an actual analysis?
OCR. What we looked at across was how can we restructure the department so that we can maximize the use of the people who are there. So what we did was in like training manuals and things of that nature to look at it and say, okay, we can better operate if we focus on
So this was a
specifically.
conversation. You didn't do an actual analysis to determine what the effects of this would be?
No.
So no study was done. They were just fired, and you assumed that it would work?
No, obviously not. I have been in the private sector and done restructuring before in companies, and it's painful to do restructuring.
It is painful, but normally companies look ahead and say, what are our goals and what will be the impact if these employees are gone from this department? That's why I asked, but you've not done an analysis, and my time is short, so let me continue. I know Ranking Member Baldwin talked with you about this as well. You were required by law to submit an operating plan 45 days after enactment of the full year CR, detailing exactly how you are spending funding Congress provided this year. You didn't do that. The purported operating plan that you did submit told us virtually nothing about how you are spending taxpayer dollars right now at this very moment. And that really raises concerns about when and actually if you're going to get funding that Congress did provide for FY25 out the door. For example, your FY26 budget request zeroes out dedicated funding for literacy education programs, and your operating plan for this year describes this funding as unallocated. So will you allocate the $220 million for literacy programs that Congress appropriated for FY25?
Well, Senator, as I mentioned earlier, we are looking at the unallocated dollars now to determine which of those programs we can best spend those dollars on. And I'll be happy to get back to you. And we want to work with Congress on those unallocated dollars to see where they could be spent the best.
Well, what is your plan to make sure that that funding actually gets to the schools and students it was intended to support? We're running out of time here.
Well, to look at those programs and then to allocate them to the states if those programs we believe is the best interest.
Those funds
of those
were
students.
appropriated by Congress. Your department was to allocate them, and it really looks to me like the department is illegally impounding funding that would help our students succeed with plans that don't exist and just day after day going by here, and that's our concern.
Well, let us work more with you as we update those allocations, as we did before.
When do you plan to have those funds out by?
Well, the funds that we are approving will go out in this year.
Like in this next month or?
In the fiscal year.
You're running out of time, so we need to see what the plan is, if you could provide
Yes.
that. Okay. Secretary McMahon, the administration says that one of its priorities is tackling anti-Semitism in our schools. That's correct, right?
Correct.
Well, the Office of Civil Rights at your department takes the leading role in preventing anti-Semitism and enforcing our nation's civil rights law. It is really an important mission. But as you hopefully know, that office is underwater. What is the current backlog at OCR? Can you tell us that?
Well, we inherited about a 20,000 backload from the Biden administration. But one of the things that we found is some of those cases were like one-page complaints, and we've really been able to get rid of many of them. And we are fulfilling.
So what is the current?
This is important for me to finish. We absolutely are fulfilling all of our statutory requirements, have not failed to do any of those, and not only are we reducing the backload, but we are keeping up with what's coming in now with a reduced staff.
I appreciate
because we're doing it efficiently.
If you don't have the staff, you can't do them. So
no, excuse me. If you have an efficient staff that has changed programs and you are addressing all of the issues, then you are being successful. So I'm answering your question by completely answering it.
Madam Secretary, my question is, what is the current backlog?
The current backlog is probably about, let's see, I'm looking at my numbers now, about 2,500 cases.
2,500, and how many are you processing per month? Do you have any sense?
No, well, we're catching up with the backlog and keeping current on the ones that are coming in.
But you don't know how many you're processing every month. You can't tell us, so we can get an idea.
I can get back to you with that.
Would
with
you?
An exact number, sure.
If you could commit to giving us quarterly reports so we know whether OCR is simply dismissing these cases or doing its job. If you could give us a quarterly.
I'd be happy to do that. I can assure you it's doing its job.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Hyde-Smith. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. And I applaud you for your courage to make changes and the efficiency that is so needed that you're addressing that. You know, we've talked a lot about Pell Grants for short-term.
Let me ask you a question about our skirmish with Harvard. And I don't want to get under the merits. President Trump has said that Harvard is violating federal law and he's withholding their money. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Harvard has responded, we've never violated federal law, but if we did, we give you a pinky promise that we won't do it again. Is that right?
Yes.
And then President Trump said, okay, no offense, but you know, I just want to be sure. So why doesn't Harvard, I will give Harvard the authority to appoint a monitor, pick whomever they want. The federal government has the right to veto the pick. So if they pick their brother-in-law, that wouldn't be fair. And Harvard has said, no, you just have to trust us. You have to accept their pinky promise. Is that basically what's going on?
Well, and not only that, but Harvard did respond to our request for negotiations with a lawsuit.
Well, but,
so we're in the throes
if
of litigation.
If Harvard would just agree to a monitor, that would solve the problem, wouldn't it?
Might serve part of it. The provost is what vice provost that we've asked that would come on to be one of the monitors on that situation.
I'm way over. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Senator Reid.
Well, thanks very much. Welcome, Madam Secretary. And I'm not a great mathematician, but I think you were talking about $1 trillion.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Secretary McMahon.
Thank you.
In your testimony, you said that your goal is to make education better, fairer, and more accountable. I think that's something that everyone on this committee could agree with. It's one of the reasons I support the TRIO programs. And I would like to align myself with the statements of Chair Capito and Chair Collins. And I can tell you that in New Hampshire, for the 2024 and 2025 school year, we had 1,468 students who were served by Upward Bound, of which 96% graduated from high school and 87% enrolled in college. 812 college students served, of which nearly 80% graduated with bachelor's degrees within 6 years. So I would say if there is a problem with accountability, let's address that, and I think the TRIO programs keep that information. But let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater, because this is making a difference for students who otherwise would not be able to graduate from high school, to get into college, and to have a better future. I've seen it firsthand, like Chair Capito. When I worked at the University of New Hampshire, I had an Upward Bound student who worked with me. She never would have been in college without that program. So I've seen it firsthand. I know how it works, and I would urge you to reassess whether eliminating those programs is the best way to help those students have a better future. I also want to ask you about a particular issue that we're having in the Mascoma Valley School District in New Hampshire. As you know, schools across New Hampshire and the country have really been challenged by the pandemic, have been trying to get back to some of the successes that happened before that pandemic. And the school district, the Mascoma Valley School District, which is in a rural part of New Hampshire, completed a project to improve ventilation at 2 elementary schools for the student safety. It was a real problem with the HVAC system in ensuring that the students could be safe at school. The school district was approved for late liquidation after facing challenges with finding contractors to do the work. The school district completed the project with the assurance from the federal government that the cost would be reimbursed. Unfortunately, in May, the department denied their reimbursement, even though the school district had followed the rules and had previously received approval from the department. Secretary McMahon, will you work with me to ensure that rural schools, including the Mascoma Valley School District, which undertook these projects to protect their students, will receive the funding that they were promised by the department?
Yes, and I'd look forward to getting back to you on that particular issue as well, Senator. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Secretary. I know that when you were the administrator at the SBA and we worked closely together, you would have been outraged by that kind of denial when a business had been promised the funding. So I'm sure that you will look into it and hopefully be able to help us. Educators around the country have been really struggling to ensure that students with disabilities receive the education they deserve. It's been an ongoing challenge since the Congress passed the Individuals with Disabilities Act, when we promised that we would give a lot more money to school districts than we have. It supports schools around the country through national activities such as technical assistance that can help states improve their special education systems. In New Hampshire, with the help of expert guidance from the National Center for Systemic Improvement, which is funded by IDEA, the Department of Education conducted a successful initiative to raise literacy rates for students with disabilities. Unfortunately, the president's budget proposal recommends eliminating this support. And so I'm not clear on why the department would eliminate programs that are working in states and force them to develop their own programs when there's already an effort that's been successful. So can you help me understand that?
Well, I'm happy very much for the success in New Hampshire. And I know that there are many of those programs, around the country that are successful. We're not cutting any of the IDEA funding. It is staying intact. And so the president really has a commitment to make sure that that funding does get into the states. However, there is more flexibility for the states to handle those programs which they think is better for their states. So if that program would be working in New Hampshire, I don't see why it wouldn't be able to continue the way it's operating.
Well, as I understand
and I'd like to get back to you on that.
That would be helpful because as I understand the president's budget would eliminate this successful program that provides help with the National Center for Systemic Improvement.
Okay, let me get back to you on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Senator Mullen.
I will now yield to the ranking member, Representative Scott, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. I want to thank Secretary McMahon for joining us today to discuss the department's priorities and the effect this budget will have on students, teachers, and families. Secretary McMahon, as Secretary of Education, you took an oath to oversee the Department of Education and uphold the Constitution. One of the missions of the Department of Education is to, quote, strengthen the federal commitment to ensuring access to equal educational opportunities for every individual. I take no pleasure in pointing out that in the months since this administration has taken office, you have been sworn in as the department's secretary. The actions taken by you, the unaccountable DOGE, and this administration generally have contradicted this mission. Some of the things that have happened, nearly 50% of the department's workforce have been proposed to be fired, eliminating key roles that keep our nation's schools running and our students safe. Universities have been stripped of necessary grant funding, undermining the integrity of higher education. Support for student loan borrowers has been reduced, and the key consumer protections have been threatened. And the Department of Education is being dismantled through the elimination of programs and offices without congressional approval. Thankfully, on May 22nd, a federal judge issued a preliminary injunction and ordered the department to reinstate the previously terminated employees. During today's hearing, I expect you to share with us specifically what steps you are taking to comply with that court order. Relatedly, we understand the department has repeatedly delayed and denied the department's Office of Inspector General access to requested documents, information, and staff to conduct a review related to the department's recent workforce program and operational changes. Yesterday, I sent you a letter urging you to cooperate with the OIG in accordance with the law. And it's my hope that because you have spoken to numerous news organizations about your plans to dismantle the department, you will feel comfortable with sharing your plans with Congress and the OIG. For millions of Americans we are struggling to understand how the actions you have taken at the department to address learning gaps and improve academic outcomes for the nation's children. Simply put, if all of these positions are being vacated and resources are being cut for the sake of efficiency, then who is doing the work to ensure that the mission of the department to strengthen the federal commitment to ensuring access to equal educational opportunity for every individual is being met? For example, another mission of the department is to promote improvements in the quality and usefulness of education through federally supported research, evaluation, and sharing of information. Yet this administration has stopped the Institute of Educational Sciences from funding, and that organization supports research and collects data on education across the country to improve students' academic outcome. Congress uses this research to determine how it can save money and ensure resources are allocated only to effective programs. However, since you have halted research in the middle of their projects, much of their work
is now useless to Congress, and that is the very definition of creating waste. Also, the department has abdicated its responsibility to ensure that all students are afforded safe, quality, and equitable education regardless of their race, gender, immigration status, socioeconomic status, and disability status. Under your stewardship, the Office of Civil Rights is implementing a radical reinterpretation of our civil rights laws that abandons its long-standing duties to investigate, monitor, and provide resources to victims of potential civil rights violations. As a result, students and parents with open civil rights cases are now left with no recourse and no insight as to the status of their cases. We've seen valuable programs such as Teacher Quality Partnership, supporting effective educator development, and mental health grants, which have supported through the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, canceled with no notice to states and no recourse to help support our nation's public schools. Furthermore, states are being denied reimbursement for COVID-19 related expenditures that the Department of Education had promised to pay. As this is in addition to the proposals, the Department's fiscal year 2026 budget to eliminate programs like Gear Up and TRIO, which provide support for low-income students and students with disabilities to obtain high school diplomas and prepare them for post-secondary education. There's also the matter of many red states calling for education block grants, a regressive and illegal proposal that would make it virtually impossible for the federal government to hold states accountable for providing all students with a high-quality education free from discrimination. And yet the department's budget proposal requests that Congress grant you the legal authority to block grant several programs, a clear acknowledgement that you currently lack this authority. So we expect to hear from you today that you will deny the state's request to block grant without direct congressional authority, and more importantly, we want to hear expressly how you will hold states accountable for upholding students' civil rights. I'd be remiss if I did not note that the department's fiscal year 2026 budget proposal would make it more difficult for students to enroll in and afford a college education by proposing reductions in funding to need-based grants such as Pell and work study. This is achieved by removing staff who oversee federal student aid administration and oversight, forcing borrowers into unaffordable repayment plans and aggressively garnishing wages of low-income borrowers. Additionally, the budget proposes reducing the department's workforce development programs by 33%. In sum, between the cuts to higher education and programs for alternative career paths, this budget proposal would leave this country's workforce behind rather than competing in the global economy. At the end of the day, it is the students of this nation who will suffer under this budget proposal. Students from low-income families and students with disabilities, English learners, international students, and students of color will face more hurdles accessing equal educational opportunity. And eliminating those burdens is the very mission of the Department of Education. So regrettably, instead of investing in our children, your budget proposal was eviscerate vital, evidence-based educational programs in the offices of the department as a means to attack programs promoting diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. So your success in this job will come only if you adhere to the mission of the Department of Education, faithfully execute the laws, and uphold your oath to the Constitution. Regrettably, this proposed budget does not signal a path of success for America's students and families. And that's why I'm urging you to reverse course and call on my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to critically review this proposal and reject it. Democrats will not sit idly by while students are under attack. We will fight any and all attempts to dismantle the department, and we will continue to stand up for students, parents, and families who are struggling. So, Madam Secretary, thank you for appearing today. We hope to get concrete and substantive answers from you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
I now recognize the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary McMahon, in your opening remarks, you focused on the need for giving parents and families the choice in terms of their children's education. And sure enough, in your skinny budget, the line item for charter schools was plussed up, which I guess is consistent with those remarks. However, you zeroed out magnet schools in the skinny budget. We both come from Connecticut. The U.S. News and World Report did their annual ranking of high schools in the state of Connecticut. The number one high school in the state of Connecticut is a magnet school in East Hartford, the Connecticut IB Academy. The number 3 high school in terms of quality in the state of Connecticut is the Marine Science Magnet School in Groton, Connecticut, which I have the honor of representing. There is not a charter school in the top 50. And again, this is not, my question is not really about whether charter schools perform or don't perform, but what your budget does is it undercuts parental choice, because magnet schools are choice-driven programs. I can say that personally because my daughter attended a magnet school, and it was an excellent education experience. You zeroed out that account, which is completely undercuts and contradicts the hype in your opening statement about supporting parental choice. I mean, why wouldn't you support magnet schools?
Well, I do support magnet schools, and as we both know, in Connecticut, I'll speak to magnet schools, but also in Connecticut, there has been the lowest growth in charter schools. I think we're like 5th from the bottom in the country for allowing more charter school growth.
So why zero out magnets?
Magnet schools are also, as are charter schools, they are public schools. So in the public schools funding, then I think that as the states have more control over their state budgets, they can allocate those dollars to magnet schools. I think magnet schools are great, and I know that a lot of them do focus on particular kinds of studies.
Thank you. I just reclaim my talk is cheap. Budgets are what count. And,
Yes,
and
but
this
you-
budget does not say that magnet
You
schools are
referenced,
great. I have another question.
Well,
I
you
want to just
referenced
move
the
on.
skinny budget, and that was an operating plan. We now have the full budget, so we might take another look at that.
Yeah,
You
it
may
says
still-
zero.
You may still be, you may still be
Anyway,
correct,
just I
but
want to
I'll be
move
happy
on
to get back to you.
I want to move on to the Perkins program, which again is very important in the state of Connecticut. I was at a graduation ceremony on Wednesday in Groton, where 170 high schoolers were given job offers by Electric Boat Shipyard because of Perkins grants funded programs, both in tech schools and comprehensive high schools in welding, metal trades. The hype, again, from this administration is that they're going to support trades schools, but looking at your budget, again, it's a zero increase in the Perkins line item, which I guess could have been worse. You could have cut it in terms of the program. But in terms of meeting the moment of job openings, which you mentioned in your opening remarks, and certainly we have huge job openings in southeastern Connecticut, this budget does not match the rhetoric in terms of trade schools or the trades. What I want to ask you is that, we're trying to figure out in terms of just the interaction between job training programs at the Department of Labor and Perkins grant program. And can you tell me, again, whether or not it is your intention to move the Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education to the Department of Labor?
Well, thank you for that question, Representative. I can tell you that one of the executive orders from the President was that the Commerce Department, Department of Labor, and Department of Education should coordinate and look at workforce programs. There are over 43 different workforce development programs across all of the agencies. It's certainly inefficient in operation. So I've had many discussions with Commerce. I've had many discussions with the Secretary of Labor, and I think there are opportunities to move some of those programs
Well, in your
into other
discussions, I
agencies.
would hope you would note the fact that it's in statute that office is in the Department of Education. Perkins was enacted after the Department of Education was created. It is housed in the Department of Education, and we are going to be watching very closely in terms of whether or not there's a move made that violates that law. I also would just note in closing, the adult education line item was zeroed out, which is just stunning. I mean, this is a program that allows adult learners to get a second chance in life, because some people who didn't complete high school on time, and also immigrants who, again, want to get the literacy skills so that they can get naturalized as citizens. I'm speaking at I was invited to speak at an adult education graduation ceremony in Vernon Friday night, and again, it's pretty sad to be able to bring news from Washington that the Secretary of Education doesn't support adult education. With that, I yield back.
Oregon, Ms. Bonabinci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary McMahon, on February 13th, during your confirmation hearing, Senator Murray asked you, if confirmed, do you commit to getting every dollar we have invested in our students and our schools out to them? And you replied, well, the appropriated dollars and those monies that are passed by Congress, yes. And Senator also Brooks asked you whether you would support any directive from the president to freeze funds that have been appropriated by Congress, and you responded, if they have been appropriated by Congress, those funds should be disseminated. Yet you stood by as Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency froze or terminated more than $1 billion in congressionally directed federal grants at the Department of Education, and you've made no attempts to reinstate those funds. So Secretary McMahon, were you not being truthful when you were testified in the Senate? And if you were being truthful, what is your plan to immediately reinstate these funds?
Well, I thank you for that question, and I would like to perhaps explore with you a little further as to exactly which grants you were talking about. I believe
$1 billion in congressionally directed federal grants that have been cut.
And as I said, I would like to work with you and to understand exactly which grants you're talking about. I can also tell you that as part of my testimony of all,
Madam Secretary, I'm reclaiming my time because the question is, congressionally directed funds have been cut. What are you doing to reinstate those funds?
And I also said in that testimony that we would abide by the law, and that's exactly what we will do.
Well, that would be to reinstate the funds. And I know you have this so-called simplified funding program that consolidates programs, including Title IV-A, which I always lead the appropriations letter for. But overall, this consolidation, so-called consolidation, leads to a $4.5 billion cut. So that makes your statement untruthful if you're not doing anything to restore those funds. With regard to Title IV-A, can you name one of the major categories in Title IV-A where cuts will lead to a well-rounded education or world-class education, as you state?
Let me respond to one other thing that you asked before. And when you were talking about the cuts of $4.5 billion, along with that cut goes a great reduction in the cost of regulatory compliance.
Madam Secretary, I need to reclaim my time because I want you to answer the question about which category in 4A where cutting will lead to a world-class education.
I'm certainly going to answer your question, but also I think it's important for this committee and for taxpayers to understand that when we cut red tape for regulations...
I understand, Madam Secretary. I have to reclaim my time because you're not answering my question.
Well, I'm trying to answer your question.
The cuts have happened, and as Secretary of Education, your job is to faithfully execute the law.
Correct.
And if you can't do that, you shouldn't be in this job. I have another question for you. Since you've been in office, you've violated or stated your intention to violate several major federal laws that have been enacted by Congress. And one of them I want to talk about is the Education Sciences Reform Act. So that's what I'll focus on. Congress enacted the law more than 20 years ago and created the Institute of Education Sciences. IES provides evidence-based data to improve student outcomes and support teachers. But the Trump administration unilaterally canceled more than $900 million in IES grant funding and reduced IES staff from 175 to fewer than 20 employees, a reduction of about 90%. So Secretary McMahon, what statute authorizes you to unilaterally dismantle an office Congress created?
What we have done to the benefit of those grants is to, well, first of all, let me say that there are a lot of contracts that are done in IES. So none of those contracted services have been affected. And also, what is part of IES and the funding you're talking about are for NAEP, and the NAEP program is already in place for the next 5 years. However, we did renegotiate that contract and save $540 billion.
And you can do that with fewer than 20 employees, is what you're saying?
We are doing it because we are able to continue doing what we do because the contracted services which are still in place have not been affected.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that you can meet the statutory obligations without money or adequate staff. What do the NAEP scores show when disaggregated by income, by the way?
I beg your pardon?
What do the NAEP scores show when disaggregated by income?
When disaggregate, I don't understand the question.
Okay, well, maybe you should look at the NAEP scores because what they say, you and the chairman and a lot of members of this committee use the NAEP scores to talk about how education is doing. What we really need to look at is how we address low-income students.
Oh, okay, you're talking about performance and achievement gaps. Okay, I get it now.
Yes.
Okay. Well, NAEP scores, I think, continually show what we all know to be true, I think. I've looked at it in my state of Connecticut. It's one of the things that first got me into government. I looked at the achievement gaps, and that's what I wanted to make sure that we were servicing.
And as my time expires, Madam Secretary, what they show is that we need to have investments to help our low-income students succeed, and you are cutting those investments. And I ran for Congress because I wanted to make public education better, but not just for a few, not just those who are worthy of private dollars, and not just those in wealthy neighborhoods, but every single student. As Secretary of Education, I hope you would have the same goal.
I do, and thank you.
Gentleman, and I recognize the gentleman and teacher from California, Mr. Ticano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Madam Secretary. Good to see you again. Let's get right to it. Madam Secretary, do you believe that the federal government is legally or constitutionally permitted to punish a private entity for having a different viewpoint than the administration?
What do you mean by that?
Well, does the government have the power, or legally, or is it legal or constitutional for you, the Secretary, to punish a private entity for having a different viewpoint than the administration?
I don't know what you mean by punish. Can you be more specific?
Well, let's move on. Apparently, I don't want to get into this back and forth on this. Let me say, this poster here, you gave an interview on CNBC on May 28th. And discussing the cancellation of Harvard University's federal funding, grants, and contracts. And you said, and I quote, "Universities should continue to be able to do research as long as they're abiding by the laws and in sync, I think, with the administration and what I think the administration is trying to accomplish." So what you're saying, Harvard can have its funding and its international students back if and when it teaches what the Trump administration demands. These demands are included in this April 11th letter signed by the Department of Education and other agencies, and include a requirement that the government must be able to, quote unquote, audit the viewpoints of its student body, faculty, staff to ensure, quote unquote, viewpoint diversity. I ask unanimous consent to submit this letter for the record.
Without objection, it will be submitted.
And it says, I quote in the letter, quote, "Harvard must abolish all criteria, preferences, and practices through its admissions and hiring practices that function as ideological litmus tests," end quote. Now, Madam Secretary, what are the limits of this viewpoint diversity that the administration is trying to enforce? Under these demands, for example, would the Harvard government department be compelled to hire faculty that believe the 2020 election was stolen?
I believe that there are rights to freedom of speech, but on campuses and universities of colleges and universities across the country, freedom of speech should be allowed. There should be open debate. There should be different viewpoints.
But I'm not asking you a question about freedom of speech here, Madam Secretary. I'm asking you about the limits of viewpoint diversity cited in this letter. You demand that Harvard would be compelled to hire faculty. I mean, well, you're saying that there has to be viewpoint diversity. I'm just asking you, would the government department be compelled to hire faculty that believe the 2020 election was stolen? As an example of viewpoint diversity.
However, one of the things that Harvard Crimson, and by its
okay,
own,
I think you don't really have an answer, so I'm going to move on to other questions. Maybe we can clarify by other questions. Would viewpoint diversity mean, for example, Madam Secretary, reclaiming my time, Madam Secretary, the Direct Secretary, would the Harvard Medical School, who is looking to hire an immunologist, would that person need to adhere to HHS Secretary Kennedy's view on the efficacy of vaccines?
Listen, we all know that we should have our universities look at what all the programs are.
I don't think you really thought through this viewpoint diversity issue
that you're trying to put forth is a false narrative.
Okay.
And the funding is a privilege.
Madam Secretary, reclaim my time. Does refusing to hire a Holocaust denier as a member of Harvard's history department faculty count as an ideological litmus test?
I believe that there should be diversity of viewpoints relative to teachings and opinions on campuses.
Well, what about this situation of Harvard's history department, and they're looking for another department member? Would being a Holocaust denier count
I do know that Harvard did replace its head of Middle Eastern Studies even before we looked at it because they believed that they needed to make changes already.
Okay, can you explain to me how cutting funding to improve, cutting funding to cancer research, which may save the lives of children, will help Jewish students on campus?
Well, we had to put some teeth in the anti-Semitism studies, so we used, that actually didn't come from the Department of Education, that came from HHS. So therefore, Harvard had indicated that it might even take from its endowment, which is $53 billion, some funds to continue that research, and I think that might have been a really good use for some of those funds.
Well, I think it's pretty clear you haven't really thought through this whole viewpoint.
Well, you wouldn't know because you haven't allowed me to answer my questions, but thank you.
Well, I think you were showing that you couldn't really answer the questions.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Now I recognize gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that in very many ways we've been talking around a lot of the issues with this administration. So to be honest and to be very clear, I want to say that this administration has undoubtedly revived the culture of racism we haven't seen since the Jim Crow era. They've made it clear that open attacks on Black and brown and other marginalized communities is not just tolerated, but it's encouraged. So when they call for removing of equity and inclusion and diversity and accessibility from schools in favor of quote unquote traditional American values, it's indistinguishable from post-Civil War South advocating to rewrite history with the lost cause narrative to censor truths about slavery, or as they disappear students who write dissenting op-eds. It's reminiscent of the suppression of abolitionist newspapers. And this department's financial aid policies harken back to a time when higher education was reserved for affluent, well-connected, and predominantly white students. So I have some questions, about why this department is taking its leads from Jim Crow. Secretary McMahon, you've claimed that you want to drastically reduce the already very small federal role in education, and also that you will not cut Title I-A funding. That is still your position, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I'd like a yes or no answer. Do you believe your April 3rd attempt to revoke Title I-A funding from states unless they signed a certification of compliance with your political viewpoint was consistent with giving states more control over education?
There's been no reduction in funding for Title I-A.
As of now. There has not been yet. But again,
right. And it is not going forward in the budget.
So you believe that okay. Yes or no, is Title I-A funding actually secure for every school district and state that currently receives it? Or is your goal to make Title I-A conditional on states refusing to provide students of color, LGBTQA students, students with disabilities, or other marginalized students opportunities to participate in diverse, inclusive, equitable, and accessible learning environments?
No, that's what I answered. I-A funding is intact.
So let's talk about so-called illegal DEI, as you all have called it, a phrase you've continually bring up, that I'm still unclear on, especially after 3 federal judges have preliminarily ruled that your illegal DEI guidance is likely unconstitutional and unenforceable, illegal, as it were. Secretary McMahon, during your confirmation hearing, you were asked by Senator Chris Murphy if an African-American history class violated the administration's position on diversity, equity, and inclusion. You said you'd like to look into it. You've been on the job for a few months now. Have you been able to look into it?
I do not think that African studies or Middle East studies or Chinese studies are part of DEI if they are taught as part of the total history package. So that if you're giving the facts on both sides, of course they're not DEI.
I don't know what both sides of African-American history would be.
Well, if African-American history is part of
certainly,
history,
but what we recognize throughout education is that a course is only 1 year or 1 semester. It would be impossible to teach African history and say European history at the same time. Do you not agree that it makes sense that there would be separate courses for these courses of study? It has happened throughout history. We're able to do it not just in history courses. We're able to do it with different types of literature courses or different types of music courses. One wouldn't learn about Baroque music and necessarily have to also learn about African drumming at the same time, right? We can separate those courses.
Yes, we can. And I think just as we teach U.S. history as a separate course.
Certainly. So you do not agree. So you do agree that African American cultures and African history should not be eliminated from courses, particularly AP African history.
Well, I think that African history can certainly be taught and not be considered a DEI course.
Oh, thank you. I have a few other examples that I would like your thoughts on, simple yes or no. if this is a illegal DEI? An example, would you say that it would be an illegal DEI for a lesson plan on the Tulsa Race Massacre?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Do you know what the Tulsa Race Massacre is?
I'd like to look into it more and get back to you on it.
Okay, so I look forward to that. How about the book Through My Eyes by Ruby Bridges, for instance?
I haven't read that.
Have you learned about Ruby Bridges?
If you have specific examples you'd like
That
to
was a
cite,
specific example.
I'll be very happy.
It was
for
an
you-
incredibly
for
specific
you to
example.
submit
I named
those
a
in your
specific book.
questions, and I will look into it and get back to you on
Thank
them. I
you.
look
How
forward
about
to
a
answering them
school
directly.
having a voluntary celebration for Pride Month?
Well, I think that.
Voluntary.
Well, let's make sure that in our schools.
This is yes or no?
We're looking. No, it's not.
Okay. How about social studies standards that teach that President Biden won the 2020 election?
I think our studies should all be taught accurately.
Yes or no?
I think our studies should
No,
be
no, no.
taught
The
accurately.
question was, do you believe that social studies standards that teach that President Biden won the 2020 election is an illegal DEI? Yes or no?
I think I have said we should teach accurately. We should.
No,
be
you have
on all
not answered
sides.
the question.
Well,
I don't
answering the
understand
question.
why you're incapable
I'm
of
just
answering.
not giving you the answer you want. but
No,
I
I
am
want
answering
the answer,
question.
whatever your answer is.
I just gave you the answer.
No, the answer is yes or no.
No, the answer is I
The
think our
answer is
courses
yes or
should be
no.
taught
Gentleladies,
Thank you so
time
much. I
has
yield back.
expired. The gentleman, I recognize now the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here with us. Is it fair to assume that you are aware that when a student loan borrower is defrauded by a school, that there is a provision in law called the borrower defense?
Yes, I am.
Okay. It is a straightforward concept. A student should not be forced to repay loans to schools that lied to them. We know that millions of federal grants and loans go out the door while students are left with education that is not worthy. So I was actually surprised a few weeks ago when your department quietly rescinded $37 million fine that was placed against Grand Canyon University. Can you explain why that happened?
Let me think for a second. Let me review my notes on that because there were a couple of things I wanted to make sure I covered with you. We really found that the accusations against Grand Canyon, which is a faith-based organization, and we looked at all the facts of the case.
I am familiar with the
my staff
university.
really-
My question is, how are those students going to be made whole if you are not allowing the university to pay the fines? What's the plan?
I'm not sure that that's the right analysis of it, but I will look into it further and get back to you.
And you'll give me back a writing?
Yes, I will.
Writing? Okay. Because we know that, you know, the president in whom you serve had a fraudulent university called Trump University, and he himself settled 3 lawsuits before becoming president. We know that there are roughly 1.4 million borrowers who have been approved for a borrower defense discharge and are still waiting for that process. How are you clearing out that backlog?
In terms of the borrowed defense funds?
Uh-huh.
There are lists of that. I'll be happy to get back to you with those numbers.
Okay. And while those students wait, can you give us a commitment that you are not going to collect that debt?
Yeah, I'll have to get back to you on that, as to what the situation is. And
I don't understand how that's a difficult question to say yes to. They've been defrauded. They are waiting for relief. While they wait for their relief,
Well, if
they shouldn't have to pay back that debt.
Well, if they've been defrauded and it's been adjudicated that they've been defrauded, then I will get back to you as to what the time frame is and why there's a holdup if there is.
Okay.
I'm not sure as I sit here right now.
Wonderful. There was, I know that you've been questioned a lot on IDEA and its funding. I won't re-litigate those questions. I just have 2 particular questions to address, or 2 areas to address. We know that the IDEA, that you have gotten rid of the legal team that guides the states in implementation. How are you going to rectify that?
I don't know what you mean by we've gotten rid of the legal team. We have had some reduction in force of
There was a
members.
firing of the entire legal team.
Well, we have other lawyers in place at the Department of Education, and we are
The
fully.
entire
we are
team
full-
that
that's-
was for IDEA has been fired. So how are you addressing that?
Because we have other lawyers who are in place that can handle those things. And as I mentioned before, we have not missed any of our statutory requirements.
Well, I do believe that that firing hurts the implementation. We also know that you have gutted the Office of Civil Rights when there is already investigation backlog. How are you going to fix the discrimination claim cases that are out there?
Well, there are, excuse me, there are cases that we're looking into. And again, we have not missed any of our statutory requirements in terms of OCR. We also have a task force.
There is a backlog. There are a lot of
There is a backlog
There are a lot of
because we
kids in our schools that are waiting for relief. When you get rid of the people that are supposed to carry out those investigations, how are you to assure that those kids will not continue to be harmed? We are talking about so many situations in where kids are being discriminated against, and you got rid of the people that investigate those investigations so those kids can protect themselves from from discrimination.
Well, we still have a very strong and capable staff in OCR. At the
Then
Department
you
of
wouldn't have a
Education.
backlog if that was the
No,
case.
the-
There is a current backlog, and
Well,
I would
excuse me.
love for you to stop just saying words and to actually do the work that you are charged by statute, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I recognize the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary, welcome to our committee. It's interesting, I took a lot of notes. I had prepared questions, but I think I'm going in a very different direction. We've heard other colleagues talk about the NAEP scores, and I heard you say that the president was angered and embarrassed by these, and I think we all should be. But when you disaggregate those scores, they clearly show that low-income students score significantly lower than their white and higher-income peers, and that is mostly in part to ongoing disparities in educational access and quality, which makes much of what I'm hearing today that much more relevant. You mentioned Connecticut. We both come from the state of Connecticut. Connecticut relies on property taxes to fund education, and we have one of the largest income gaps in the nation, which means by design or default, low-income students face multiple challenges, including limited access to resources and opportunities outside of schools, which is why I don't understand many of the decisions made in this budget. One of my colleagues asked about collecting data on family composition and background. The Department of Education Office of Civil Rights is mandated by law to do that. I was pleased to hear you say that states do not, the Department of Education does not control curriculum, instruction, instructional materials, the teachers that are hired, which makes your words contradictory because every argument you have is to put local control back into the states. But states already have local control, as anyone who has any knowledge or background of education would already know. The role of the Department of Education would be the civil rights enforcement of those local controls, which again, the irony of this budget zeroing out American history and civic education programs when you couldn't even answer a question about Ruby Bridges or the election of President Biden, which are as basic as it gets. So I really, really don't understand it. But you are making the argument for me because when you respond to questions from my colleagues by saying that sounds like an issue for state legislatures, that is why the Office of Civil Rights is necessary, because state legislatures made the decision that Ruby Bridges did not have the right to a free and appropriate, high-quality public education. So you, Madam Secretary, are actually making the argument for the role of the department, not to dictate local curriculum instruction or instructional materials, but to make sure that those things are carried out by the department. That states follow the law, that they are doing those things. So 49 million children in this country receive public education services. About 3 million children are in charter schools. There are not enough charter school slots. So my questions are mainly focused on what about those other 46 million children. So it's mind-blowing. I hear you talk about safety, keeping students safe on school campuses, but not a word about the 390,000 students who have been affected by gun violence. I was in the classroom on the day Sandy Hook happened, and the federal government came in with almost $2 million to rebuild that community and provide programs for the surrounding communities. In your opening, I heard you mention student athletes and LGBTQ students twice, not one word. And even when my colleague asked you if you thought it was a public health crisis, you can't answer questions that affect the majority of students. So I'm not really sure. I mean, I am an educator by nature. I try to be supportive of what the Department of Education does because I need for you to succeed, for my students to succeed. But when you come in and say your final mission is to eliminate the department, it says to me that the 46 million children that are not receiving services do not matter. I've ran out most of my time, but this bill defunds literacy programs, eliminates 21st Century Community Learning Center, eliminates preschool grants for children with disabilities, eliminates, reduces funding for career and technical education, like all of these things. I'm going to ask you two really quick questions. Do you think that Holocaust education in our schools is a DEI program? There's no card for that. That's just yes or no.
I can look at whatever card I
Holocaust
choose.
education,
Thank
is
you
it a
very
DEI?
much.
You can have a press conference to say whatever you want. I just need a quick answer to
Your
this.
soliloquy
Is
very
Holocaust,
informative.
because this is my time, is Holocaust education a DEI program?
No.
Is African American Studies a DEI program?
I think I answered that with one.
I'm
of the
asking
other
it again.
callers. Listen, we should
Just
be able,
yes or no?
We should be able to teach
My
courses in their
point is
entirety.
they are DEI programs, both of them, because students need diversity, equity, and inclusion to understand their environments. So both Holocaust education and the teaching of African American history are important, which is why the state of Connecticut requires it in our social studies curriculum. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth. You can't support one without supporting the other. And looking at what happens in the schools and actually deferring to teachers, parents who are on curriculum committees, local boards of education in states who actually do the hard work
The
and
gentlelady's time
listening
has
to what
expired.
they say
I appreciate
would be
the
incredibly helpful in
passion,
this
but
role.
it's time to move on.
I yield back.
Recognize the
question. Obviously, we're trying to understand what the Department of Education is doing with respect to the threats you've made against institutions of higher education. In the letter that you sent to Harvard demanding that they make certain changes, you told them that they had to end all of their diversity programs, but that they had to institute viewpoint diversity. That doesn't seem to make sense. How do you tell them to end all their diversity programs? And we assume that this is a mandate that you will make of other schools as well. How do you ask them to end diversity programs while instituting viewpoint diversity? Those seems to be totally contradictory.
No, the diversity programs that we've asked and demanded to be eliminated were the DEI, where they were, those programs actually were pitting one group against another.
Isn't viewpoint diversity a diversity program?
A viewpoint diversity is exchange of ideas that's actually better, absolutely.
Where
Now
in-
here, because Harvard only has 3%, by its own numbers, 3% conservative faculty, do you think they are allowing enough of viewpoint diversity through that teaching
Where
on
in
the
the
campus?
where in the statute does it give you the ability to cut off federal funding for a university based upon your decision, your determination that they don't have viewpoint diversity? Can you cite to a statute, an authority that Congress has given you to micromanage the viewpoint diversity of a college?
Well, certainly if, well, now let's back up.
Well, no. I think that's really important. Can
No,
you
no,
cite-
I'm
can you
going to answer
cite-
your question.
Can you cite a statute? Because you can't cut off funding for universities unless you have a statutory authorization to do so. So what statute gives you the right to tell any university that they have to have a certain mixture of viewpoints?
So here's what happened with Harvard.
No,
It was
it's
the
a pretty
same with
simple.
Columbia.
I don't mean to provide being hostile.
Well, I have
here,
to give
but-
you
but
some.
I think you have to
some
cite the
background.
statute.
The statute's Title VI. These were civil rights violations. That is why we filed a case and defunded or stopped the funding for a while for Harvard as well as we did Columbia. And in that conversation with them, we talked about different things that they should do coming back to the table to make their programming better. The president of Columbia absolutely indicated, as well as the president of Harvard, that they needed to do things on their campus to eliminate anti-Semitism. That was kind of the crux of what brought us into talking to the different universities. And then we sat down with them to say, okay, these are other issues that you need to address on your campus because you do receive federal funding. And under federal funding, if you are breaking the law, which they did under Title VI.
I don't understand any conception of civil rights law to give you the authorization to micromanage viewpoint diversity on campus. That's not authorized under the civil rights title provided to you by the United States Congress. Thank you very much.
Kids to go to college, and they're getting.
We've not changed loan programs.
I'm going to turn to mental health because I'm very concerned about mental health. A few years ago, before COVID, when I was in a meeting with student counselors in Eastern Oregon, a very rural area, and they said, you know, we're seeing kids come in our early ages, and they're acting out much more than they ever did before. And I said, well, is this because was there a factory that just shut down here, or a mill that just shut down, or an infusion of wave of meth? And they said, no, those are all, the economy's a factor, drug use is a factor in our community. But no, those aren't new. And one of the counselors said, this is what's new. And they pulled out their cell phone. This is what's new. Kids are coming in with far less understanding and ability of how to sit in a collaborative environment like a classroom and how to communicate with other children and teachers. There is a book that just came out. My staff happened to put it on my desk this morning, so I'm going to ask for Chapter 5 to be put into the record, The Anxious Generation. And I was paging through it, and under Chapter 5, it notes that there are 4 factors in which these cell phones are affecting our children profoundly: social deprivation, sleep deprivation, attention fragmentation, and screen addiction. I'd really encourage you to take a look at this. I've been urging the department to seriously look at the issue of how childhood is changing. And childhood is changing because of technology in ways that are really compromising the ability of our education enterprise to work well. But this brings to my point about why you have canceled mental health grants for our schools. We have 5 schools in Oregon that got grants to have more mental health counselors, and you have canceled them. Why have you canceled mental health grants in the middle of a enormously challenging time for our students?
We've not canceled mental health grants. We've said we're not continuing them after this year because we're going to allow those programs to be rebid and to take a different look at them, but they have not been canceled. And I couldn't agree with you more about cell phones. There's governors of several states who have said bell to bell, there are not going to be cell phones in the classroom, and they are seeing upticks in their literacy and also in the social interaction. So therefore, states have the abilities at very different levels to go ahead and make decisions and to put their policies in place that can be effective.
Then the 5 grants that you have canceled that you are unaware of in Oregon, you will restore those 5 grants?
We've not canceled, we're not continuing those grants.
So if you discover that you have actually canceled grants that were already awarded, you will undo those cancellations?
I would like to get back to you on that. I do not believe we've canceled any grants. We're not continuing, but we will rebid them.
Well, you'll rebid them, meaning you're canceling them, but you'll rebid them.
We are not continuing them. We haven't canceled them.
Okay, well,
they are continuing.
Well, I've got 5 schools that have received letters from you or your department saying their grants, their mental health grants have been canceled. They worked very hard to apply for those grants.
Canceled or not continued?
That they've been canceled. The grants that they have received for their programs.
And I will look into that and get back to you.
Obviously, when you get a grant, it's for work you're doing from here forward. So if not continuing means as of today we're not funding it, then you canceled the grant.
No, you can rebid the grant, you can recompete the grant, and you can have different.
Is that what you're doing?
You
said the grants you got, we're ending them and we're taking them back, but we're going to
I said we are not continuing them after this year. We will have a rebidding process to relook at those grants.
Well, I strongly encourage you to understand how the changes you're making are hurting ordinary kids across this country who may have aspirations, and those aspirations may not all require going to college, but many of those aspirations can be well served by higher education, and you shouldn't be putting obstacles in their path.
Thank you. Senator Merkley, if you look, what we're doing has not worked.
All right.
So we're continuing to throw money at things that are not being successful. So we are trying to look appropriately at all of our grants and how the Department of Education is operating.
Madam Chair, I'll just say those programs have been successful. If you'd taken the very effort to read the evaluations of the TRIO programs, you wouldn't be here making that argument today.
All right, let's.
Stevens.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Madam Secretary, I realize you're in the cabinet with the president, and you're the first cabinet secretary I've been able to speak with this term. And if you could please pass along to the president that 55 tariff announcements in 100 days are killing us in Michigan. I know that the president came to Michigan to celebrate his first 100 days in office. I know this is outside technically the purview of your administration. We see hiring on hold. We see suppliers, small businesses. They are telling me today that operations are going to shut down. And certainly, we then get the question of unemployment and job training and apprenticeship programs. Now, the Department of Education was passed into law in a close vote in 1979. 4 years prior to that, the House of Representatives signed into law the Investing in Disabilities Education Act, IDEA. We want to see special education fully funded in the United States of America. And Michigan, just as of 2023, missed out on $700 million in IDEA funding. I have worked so closely with my school districts all across my state, frankly, on the missing pieces of their budget from special education funding gaps. Can you speak to some of the changes that are going on in the administration or in your very agency right now, and if there is an opportunity for Michigan to access more special education dollars?
Well, as I testified to earlier, you know, the IDEA funding is going to continue, level funding going into the different states. Now, there are 6 programs that are going to be consolidated into a single stream funding that I think you could apply for in those states and help get the governor or the superintendent of education to direct more of those funds.
Yeah, and while I don't agree with the reckless language of shutting down the Department of Education and the dismantling and the job loss, and I know some of these individuals in Michigan who have lost their Department of Education jobs, we will gladly take every special education dollar that you can give us. And then, as you know, TRIO grants are grants that help low-income first-generation college, veteran, and disabled students who we care about so much apply and successfully complete college. And several schools in Michigan use TRIO grants to support students. So why did the administration decide to eliminate the TRIO grants program, and what's happening to that money?
Well, TRIO grants for the funding that's in place now are continuing for, for the balance of this fiscal year. They have been zeroed out in the next budget. What we found with TRIO and looking at, and hey, I think, I've heard testimony, I heard a couple of senators even yesterday say that they know people that benefited from TRIO, and I'm sure that there are many people who have, but there are other programs in place that would also help students who are now being benefited by TRIO. We also found out that the TRIO programs, they've been put through with a lot of heavy lobbying, and the Department of Education really doesn't have the ability to go in and assess total accountability, and that's how it's written.
Yeah. Well, if that's the case too, we can look at expanding Pell, which many of us, support. We need to see Pell grant expanded. We obviously want to continue to that discussion with you and on the record. But with my remaining time, and as you are a cabinet secretary for the second time in a row in the administration of President Donald J. Trump, please just know we are competing with China. We are competing on a world stage, and a place where I am so privileged to call home is right in the middle of that competition. We need these engineering jobs. We need these apprenticeship programs. We certainly want to see our government function to the best of its ability and deliver the standards and dare I say, the efficiency that our taxpayers pay into. But when we see tax bills that are cutting investments in manufacturing, new manufacturing, 40 new plants in Michigan, when we are fighting for all the technology talent we can get, we need you to double down on this. We need your partnership. We would like to show this to you firsthand. I do a program called Manufacturing Monday. I visit hundreds of small businesses over and over and over again. I have real relationships with these people and the students who are in FIRST Robotics. And yes, Michigan has the largest number of FIRST Robotics teams, which we would also love to showcase to you and your office. But ma'am, please tell this president, slow down on what he is doing to autos, our manufacturing sector, and to consumer costs. Thank you, and I yield back,
Thank
Mr.
the
Chair.
gentlelady. I recognize the gentleman. I now want to recognize the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary McMahon, thank you so much for being with us today. As Secretary, you have a direct authority over the cancellation of grants and contracts at the Department of Education. On February 10th, you canceled the Charting My Path for Student Success program that served over 1,600 disabled students and their families across 62 schools in 11 states, including Paulding County, which is in my home state of Georgia. This year-round program provided support services and frequent small group sessions to ensure that physically disabled students or students with dyslexia, autism, and other disabilities, as well as their families, can meet their goals of transitioning to and succeeding in adulthood, which is really what every parent wishes for their child. All too often, it's unfortunately a sink or swim situation for disabled students after high school, and programs like this can be the difference between a lifetime on disability insurance versus a good job that they can raise a family on. On this poster right here, you can see the exact email that was sent out to parents in Georgia because of your decision, which I would like to submit digitally for the record. It says, the federal funding provided by the Department of Education for this initiative has been discontinued immediately, and that your child will no longer receive transition supports. I would like to also submit for the record an article from NPR about a young man named Logan and his mother Jessie, who were really benefiting from this program before it was abruptly canceled. Secretary, this is just simply a yes or no answer. Do you stand by your decision to cancel this program in the middle of the school year without any warning to the hundreds of students, teachers, and families that were participating?
Well, I would like to explore that more.
Secretary, this is a yes or no answer.
No, it's not a yes or no answer.
Yes, it is. And
the
American people deserve
I'm not going to give you a yes or no answer because
full answer
more,
from you, yes or no. I'm not going to let you circumvent. I'm not going to let you ignore it. Yes or no? It's a simple question.
Well,
Do
I'll
you
have to
stand
look
by
into
this
some
decision?
of the different programs, and I can't speak to individual grant programs without looking into them exactly. There are a lot of grant programs out there, so I'd like to get back to you.
Note for the record that the Secretary is unwilling to answer my question. Is it clear, or do you believe that you are misleading the public regarding the actions that you and President Trump have taken to cut or cancel programs and services for disabled children and their families? You've said multiple times that disabled students will not be negatively impacted by your decisions, but they already are. Time and time again, this administration asks the American people to listen to everything that they say, but to ignore actually what they're really doing. Given our limited time, I plan to submit written questions to you and for the record to learn more about your decision and get some direct answers from these parents as to why the kids can't meet with their teachers anymore. Secretary, yes or no? Simple answer, just a direct answer. Do you believe that gun violence, the leading cause of death for children in this country, is a public health crisis?
I believe that gun violence is just, we should take steps to make sure that gun violence does not happen in our schools.
Is it a public health crisis to you? The American people and families want to know, do you believe that our children sitting in our classrooms should be fear of unnecessary gun violence? Most of America believes that this is a public scourge. Do you believe that gun violence poses a threat to our children while they're sitting in our classrooms?
Gun violence should not be allowed anywhere, and gun violence especially should not be in our schools.
I'd like to say to you, Secretary, as a mother who lost her son to unnecessary gun violence in the prime of his teenage years, your response, or basically a lack of response, is completely out of touch. Every parent, whether they send their kids to public or private school, worries about their child being killed at school. And there's a lot of data to prove that. It is unfortunate reality that this happens every single day, but yes, this is the reality. There's something very wrong when the highest ranking government officials responsible for the safety and education of our kids cannot claim that the leading cause of death among children is not a crisis. Every American should be deeply concerned while you remain Secretary of Education. And I hope that I'm able to get some answers in writing from you, and I yield back.
I recognize my friend, the ranking member, representative from Virginia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being with us today. I have a lot of questions, and hopefully I can get some quick answers. I try to phrase them in a way that they can get some quick answers. Do you intend to comply with the May 22nd court order?
The May 22nd, in which we are joined in this particular aspect, can you be more specific?
The court order issued on May 22nd requiring you to, that prevented you from dismantling the department?
Oh, right. Yes, we will always comply with the law.
Okay, and you indicated proposals for the Department of Education going forward. Can we count on receiving those proposals as they are made? We've asked for that information.
We'd certainly like to comply with Congress and provide you with those.
Can we get a commitment from you that you will cooperate with the Office of Inspector General and the Department of Education as the law requires?
Yes, as the law requires, we will.
On the budget, under the 2026 budget, a lot of workforce development programs are combined. When the dust settles, do we understand that there will be about a 33% cut in workforce development programs?
We are looking at workforce development and wanting to make sure that it's treated fairly. You know, right now, the United States government is paying, well, taxpayers are footing the bill for about 75% of that, and we want to reverse that. We want the businesses or the universities to pay the 75%, and taxpayers would pay the 25%. So I think that's a better proposal for workforce development.
Do I understand that to be a yes? It's about a 33% cut?
I will get back to you if it's different than that.
In the pending reconciliation bill, that's the one that has tax breaks for the wealthy and cuts in health care and Medicaid. CBO says at least 13 million people will lose their insurance. It's probably going to be more than that because changes were made in the bill. SNAP benefit cuts and access to college with cuts in student loans and Pell grants. Does the 2026 budget cut Pell and work study on top of those cuts?
You know, I would really appreciate the opportunity to respond to those if they were written questions, because I think we can explain them better, and I can work with you on that.
Title I, you said it was level funding. Do I assume that means that it was protected? Do I assume that means it was level funded without an adjustment for inflation?
For 1A.
No adjustment for inflation?
No, it's level funded.
Okay. TRIO, you've said publicly that there were problems with evaluating the programs. Does the Department of Education now evaluates TRIO programs for effectiveness?
We would like to be able to look at them and have full accountability for those programs. And we are precluded from doing that right now by the way that TRIO is structured.
Some of us believe that the department has evaluations right there in the Department of Education. Do you deny that they exist?
Well, there are some evaluations that are in to get TRIO going, but in terms of the longer effect of TRIO, there's specific language that prevents us from doing it. So I would like to have the ability, if TRIO is reappropriated, that we would be able to change that language and go in and understand the full accountability of the programs.
On student loans, will you commit to working with us? There are about 2 million student loan borrowers who have applied for income-driven repayment plans or caught up in a backlog. Can we count on you to work with us to make sure they're not disadvantaged?
We're working relative to all of those loans that are in default with several different programs for repayment, and we urge students who have borrowed money and are in default now to go to our...
They're in a backlog, so you work with us to make sure they're not just caught up in that. I had a Title VI question, and that is that, is it true that the Office of Civil Rights investigates allegations of violations of Title VI?
The Office of Civil Rights at the Department of Education, as yes, we do that.
On Title VI, are you aware of the process that requires you to, according to the law, in case of any action terminating or refusing to grant or continue assistance because of failure to comply with a requirement, the head of the federal agency must file with the committees of the House and Senate having legislative jurisdiction over the program or activity involved a full written report of the circumstances and grounds for such action. No such action shall become effective until 30 days have elapsed after the filing of such report. Do you know if the Department of Education has filed a report with this committee on any action you've taken?
We may very well have done that. I'd like to get back to you just to assure you that my answer is correct.
Is
the gentleman's time has
Can I ask
expired.
just one more quick question, and that is lack of viewpoint diversity a violation of Title VI?
The gentleman's time has expired, and I'll ask the Secretary to respond later. Gentlemen, I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kassar.
Secretary McMahon, thank you for joining us here today. Right now, the administration that you're a part of is pushing for a massive tax break for billionaires paid for by massive cuts to health care and food assistance for everyday Americans, including to the children that you're charged with educating. You yourself and your family, as a billionaire family of wealth of about $3.2 billion, can you share with us, do you know how much you and your family will receive in tax benefit if this Republican tax proposal gets pushed through?
No, I've not sat down and worked with my accountants on what tax. I can tell you most
You have
of the time,
a general sense?
Well, I
Is
can
it
tell you
millions
last
or
time
tens of millions?
taxes went through, I paid more.
And so you think that under this proposal, you will not, like the other billionaires, get millions or tens of millions of dollars in tax benefit?
I think this is kind of a ridiculous line of
No, it's
questioning.
not ridiculous, because here's what's important. The biggest bill being pushed by your administration for your average extremely wealthy person would give about a $4 million benefit. Your family is worth about $3.2 billion, so I imagine that you'd get millions of dollars in benefit from this tax bill. Does that make sense? Does that check out?
I don't know. I'd have to let you know.
Let's just
ask the member
Chairman,
how this refers to
read
education.
my question. I'll refer to that,
policy.
Secretary. So, okay, look, there are families watching at home from my district that could lose their health care, and they want to know why their health care would get taken away, and what it's paying for is overwhelmingly tax cuts for the wealthiest people in the country. And so what would you spend the $4 million on that you would get a benefit of at least $4 million?
Let's get to your educational line of questioning.
What would those
that we
families
deal with in this committee?
What would those families who lose their health care, who are watching, what would you spend the $4 million on that's worth more than their health care?
I'm not going to address the questions relative to me personally. I'm here as the Secretary of Education, and I'm
Okay, so
happy
as the Secretary
to
of
answer the
Education,
questions
then,
relative to education.
as the Secretary of Education, do you think, yes or no, that kids will do better off in school if they have health care and their food needs met? Yes or no?
We all do better, and children will do better in school if their health needs are met. I agree with that.
Good. And so I guess for those kids, which there's going to be hundreds of thousands or millions of kids that lose their health care, how is it okay that they're going to lose their health care so that billionaires and billionaire families, I'm not just even picking just on you, but billionaire families like your own, can get a tax break? What, if you don't even know how many millions of dollars it is you'd get, how is that worth it?
I'm not going to respond to your question.
I think the answer is because it's not worth it. It's not. If you got $3.2 billion or $5 billion or $10 billion,
going off the premise that there's going to be health care that is going to be removed from these children, I'm not sure that is a correct premise. So
every single organization that's looked at this bill knows that millions of people will lose their health care. The latest estimate is at least 11 million people and families, because you wouldn't get the enormous savings that the Republican majority on this committee is looking for unless you kick those millions of people off of their health care. So how can we educate our kids if they don't have a roof over their heads, if they can't see a doctor, if they don't have food assistance? So I'll ask you, do you think it's right for kids to not have food to eat at home before they go to class in order to make sure that a billionaire that doesn't even know how many more millions of dollars they're going to get could just get a few million more?
I want to make sure that as the Secretary of the Department of Education, that the President's plan to make school choice available to every student in our country is what we follow.
And the President's plan specifically takes money away from those kids, specifically takes food away from those families, specifically takes money and sends it to big contractors, big companies, and sends millions of dollars to billionaires like you who don't even know how many extra millions of dollars they're going to get. Before I was a member of Congress, I helped run an after-school program at a high school where many of the kids were getting driven to school in the same car that they slept in at night. They didn't have food. Many of them couldn't see a doctor. They struggled in class. We should be passing a bill to make sure that they've got a decent classroom experience, a roof over their head, food, and health care, not a bill that just funnels who knows, in your opinion, how many millions of dollars to billionaires like those in President Trump's cabinet.
Gentleman's time
I yield
is
back.
expired.